Hello, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing amazing. V, Labris, hello. Welcome to stream. When you start, read what I'll post here. Okay, take your time to send it. It's good news. Okay, I take your word for it. Lord Mandelson arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Oh yeah, was it about the prince? I heard about that. The reason why he was arrested was because he was in the files. Oh, shit. Literally everyone was in these fucking files. Collider, how are you? I'm doing decent. I still have a little bit of a headache. I guess it's still like a lingering effect from the cold. And also I have been trying to cope with my reality, but it's we're at the ends. I get the feeling that I'm gonna start become a lot more energetic the following days, hopefully. Ooh, what have you guys been? I counted the days since the last stream. By the way, the last Limbus stream. It did, as a matter of fact. Grinding Limbus, yeah, same actually. As a matter of fact, the last time I played Limbuscompany was 11 days ago. Crap. It didn't felt that long. It did not. I'm trying to get the index Yesang. Good lag on that. Good lag. Well, yeah, it has been quite a while. But anyway, the thing is that we are ready to go back to it. 11 days without Utis, how dare you? I know. I have more. Look, Utis would understand, okay? There are more worlds out there that need saving as well. I jump from dimension to dimension. What can I do? You're gonna see the 3rd anniversary trailer and the Yisang trailer. Actually, I could do that. We could either do the reactions first, or I could finish reading Leviathan and then do the reactions. I really want to finish reading this before we actually get into, you know, into the T-Corp, Intervalo. Yeah. There's the Google Doci actually waiting for this. Trailer reactions is short, like 4 minutes at most in total. Okay. You know what? Fair enough. Might as well. Before people actually get here in order to read the Google Doci. Well, let's get back to the gaming screen real quick. And get into the Limbus channel real quick. There it is, Project Moon official, and videos. Okay, we close the music for now. They are short. That's okay. I understand. We're gonna do them now. Well, I guess I should probably do first Yesang, and then the 1st anniversary, and then there's Ost. Well, let's do Yesang first. Oops. There we go.
limbuscompany. 이곳은 거미들이 사는 집이여. 그러니 필연. 먹이들이 몰려들기 마련이지.
Oh wow.
집 밖을 나설 필요도 없고 하루를 굶주릴 필요도 없어. 이런 편리한 삶의 바깥으로 나가야 할 이유가 내게 있을지. 새벽 공기가 흩어지기 시작하는 시간. 나는 이런 때야말로 책자를 펼치고 싶어지요. 딸아이가 돌아오면 읽어줄 빨래 하나하나에 책갈피를 꽂고 넘어가지 않을 결말 앞에 가름 끈 놓으며 그 아이는 말이야 언제 완료 굉장히 뛰어난 자질을 가졌었어 격정의 마음을 모방하겠어 특히나 시간에 대한 감각과 적성이 탁월했지 우리들이 시간 금고에 나선이 박힌 사료를 넣어두었다가 숙제를 전부 마치고 왔을 때 다시 꺼낸 사료에 나선을 뽑을 때 보였던 눈빛이 기억에 남구려 이상처를 기억할지 그러고선 어느 나비도 모르게 시간 금고에 드나들며 써먹다니 헉 영특했다 생각하지 않느냐 안타깝게도 영특한 아이였을 뿐이었지만 원망할 필요는 없어 금방의 죽음 또한 지령에게 선택받은 것일 테니 완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인간
The music was nice too. I like his powers. This Venom-like powers. It all started from a joke. Roland this sang, and this is happened. Man, I still don't know very well who Roland is. I genuinely still don't know who that guy very well is. Okay, I do see why I should probably have that Yisang, considering the fact that they have a 000. I don't have a 000 Yisang. MC from limbuscompany. Oh, of course he's the MC of that fucking game. That's why I have no idea about him. Okay, you know what? Don't tell me anything. Library's main character, I see. Why is everyone so obsessed with Roland? This is a rhetorical question, do not answer, but the one question in my mind is, what did he do? Roland is fucking cool. I mean, many characters are cool, but what kind of cool is the question? A lot, that's all. Oh my god. I can't wait to get to... Man, it's so sad that literally the last game I will play is actually Library of Ruin. I have to go through the hell of Lobcorp first. Badass cool. He's literally me, just like you're literally Virgilius. Fair. By the way, that speaking of me being literally Virgilius, that where is it? There it is. So that there it is, found it. That post right here from yesterday. Look how many likes it got and retweets. And people actually did find me cool. It's him, John Virgilius. Insane aura lobe. I have no idea who this guy is and what he edited, but you know what? Cool. This is a joke I don't get, unfortunately. He does look cool though. Man, people really were into that. I'm glad I became like I'm glad I had the spotlight for a moment. I became a meme to the community for a moment there. That fucking tweet, I know. War Collider, my goat. Man, who knows me and actually and also this guy is also really cool. I watched the stream for a bit. He seemed like a really good person. A really cool person. Well, glad to know I have entertained you all nicely. It's him, John Virgilius. Now I'm John Utism and John Virgilius. Check the reply of that tweet where he said you're cool. That's there's someone familiar in there. Wait a minute. The cool one? The cool? The reply? Not this one. Perhaps the goat one, you mean? I didn't get it. He does look cool. The coolest guy ever here. Oh, the god one. Okay, the god one. Okay. Someone familiar? Oh, it's from that biscuit place. Biscuit game. Well, I don't... I'm not sure who I'm supposed to look for. No, the reply to the author replying to that. The reply to the author replying to that. Oh, I see. Watching me is cool. Thanks, man. Thank you, truly. But not gonna lie, that thumbnail really went kinda hard. It took me longer to make than most thumbnails. It really genuinely did took me longer to make than the most thumbnails. But I had fun making it. It's not often that I actually have the, you know, the inspiration of creating a thumbnail, you know, that, you know, genuinely is cool looking. The thumbnail is insane, Oral Lob. Yep. I mean, you can see the resemblance right there. It's just different IDs, but the ego is the same. Anyway, the last thumbnail I actually had fun making was the Utis comic one. Let me wait a minute. That was the one, but as you can see, it's not often. Like this thumbnail with this was 10 days ago, and the thumbnail with Utis with the comic one was the last month. So once a month, I actually make a proper thumbnail. Pretty much. Hey, yo, I have more people talking about me. Thanks, B. Thanks, man. But yeah. Hello, Gio. Welcome to stream. I downloaded Limbus Company mod recently. Really? Nice. Lethy? Oh, that's a mod. Anyway, the 3rd anniversary. Man, I'm glad that I'm here for the 3rd anniversary of the game. At the very least, I'll get to have some goodies. King Heathcliff having OP skill as a counter. Oh. Okay, what is this? What do you have for us, Limbus Company? Okay, that's fast. Let's draw it back. To celebrate Limbus Company's 3rd birthday, we would like to provide you with this commemorative banner to liven up your device, dear manager. Something about fondness. Embossed with twinkling confetti and commemorative stamps, this banner will ensure that you can treasure this occasion for a long time. We hope it becomes a memory you will one day look back upon with fondness. This ticket will allow you to observe and draw up an identity of journeys past, from the memories of the dark forest to nightmares of a certain eerie basement. Okay. We hope this will be an occasion to look back upon your adventures for anything you may have misplaced in the course of your restless bus tour through the city, dear manager. Please take this uptime module, which instantly empowers an identity to a certain extent, and an appropriate amount of threads and shards have been measured and packaged into this module for the uptime. Simply insert your identity card into the slot to activate its functions. Warning, please ensure that this identity card is not projected in the window while the module is active. Okay. Ooh, they gave us... Oh, this is the true shit. Oh, the cosmetic ticket. Yes! An adorable artwork depicting Limbus Company's third birthday party. Use these tickets and banners to give your commemorative ticket a unique pizzazz. Be wary... What? Be wary of imitation products without our seal or approval. There. This ticket will allow you to observe and draw up an identity of journeys past from the memories of our earlier tickets, next destination, the rundown, illuminators, conference room, to the whale's heart. Oh, the whale's heart! I can get Captain Ismail, finally! Ooh, why waste shards when you can have Captain Ismail with this ticket? To the whale's heart, before which two worlds clashed. Oh yeah! We hope this will be an occasion to look back upon your adventures for anything you may have misplaced in the course of your restless buzz through the city. A quick and convenient solution to thread spinning and ego analyzed and extracted from an abnormality. An appropriate amount of threads and shards have been measured and packaged into this module. We hope you will find this gift useful, dear manager. The takeoff module, ego spinning. Okay. I have never seen this before, actually. Warning, the side effects of conducting rapid thread spin upgrades via these modules have not yet been identified. Perfect. Available to all managers who logged in during the event period. Oh, this looks so cute with this. A ticket that guarantees the appearance of a rare identity for all managers participating in the party. Let us all share in the joy of celebration. May fortune smile upon your extraction. Okay. Man, I'm gonna die. Give me a moment. Ooh. Yeah, I have hiccups. That's why I keep coughing. Please take care not to drop the ticket, as it tends to pulsate violently at irregular intervals. The fucking ticket is a living organism. Time to add the work collider as an ID. Ooh, that is an idea. Eckling Heathcliff having OP skill. Yeah, I did read that. I have work collider Yisang, 100% trust. The red gaze with or without ego. Excellent. The list of items is in the video descriptions. Okay. Wait, a new nominable S1 identity. I better open regular Limbus for once in a while. Yep. Also, with the S1 ticket, should I get back Baden Sinclair or Gregor? Gregor heals 5 HP on class win, especially for solos. Sinclair, of course, nuclear. I do get. I have gone very used to nuclear, so I would say nuclear. I fucking love Limbus, man. We're eating so good. Yep. I got the 25 MB download on Limbus. I am Virgilius. I have Virgilius, you sang. Nice. Ooh, it has an effect. Extra special banner and ticket for all managers who stayed with us until the very end of the party. Ooh, the cosmetic banner with effect. Wait a minute. Something about frame. Enjoying the enchanting glow of these mysterious ornaments that shimmer and move on their own, even when placed within a frame. Ooh, we have managed to identify the voice of Angela, the director and head librarian of a certain library. Oh my god, we have Angela. Man, I'm gonna fucking die. By implying and analyzing the anomalous frequency observed only once a year, we have successfully collected the fragmented voices and refined them into a form of suitable to assist our managers as they lead the sinners into battle. So, she actually cut her hair in library? Oh, come on, I liked long hair. Fuck. This particular recording has captured an exceptionally rare frequency, the early days of the library. Our analysis team is already fired up, eager to capture more frequencies from other temporal points for their next presentation.
내 이름은 엔젤라. 이제 막 개관한 이 도서관의 관장이자 사서야.
To managers who celebrated with us through the end of the party, here is a trial distribution of the identity ticket that boasts the widest observation range in our research to date. This particular ticket has been designed to reel in a past identity that you needed most during your latest journey. This. Yes. Simply tearing the ticket is enough to complete the entire process. All you need is an excited heart full of anticipation. This process does not include phenomena that are not constantly observable by our research team, such as the Walpurgis nut. Oh, motherfucker! Well, that's okay. I already have Blue Bullet. Paid lunacy purchases in celebration. Ooh. Hell yeah. The celebration of the anniversary party, we have gathered a selection of useful items for purchase. From precious and limited items such as the 3rd anniversary nominable identity ticket to the voice of the certain librarian that can be obtained at once by reducing the temporal span of 14 nights. Please take your time browsing these limited time offers, available only for a short time period. For a short period, whatever. Paid lunacy purchases. Purchasing this package will wield a certain amount of thread in place of the announcer as an attendance event reward for day 14. Okay. Look, I'm not gonna make it weird. I'm just gonna point out that, as you can see, there is Virgilius, then little Karen, and then there is Rutis. Coincidence? I don't think so. The same thing, I don't think it's a coincidence that Ismail and Heathcliff are side by side. But that's a story for another day. Also, I did got spoiled because I can see that the ticking has actually progressed, which is something that I haven't seen yet in my world, but okay. Anyway. Personally getting Ting Tang Honglu because he's still viable. Okay. My brother got Ting Tang Honglu on the new manager event. I can borrow it. This one can get you any ID from season 1 to season 6. Nice. So when does the party begin? 26th of February. Oh, motherfucker! You know what's in the 26th of February? Oh! Man, I'm on the 26th. I have to make 2 streams, I'm afraid. On the 26th, it's the collab of Fortnite and Honkai Star Rail, and I had promised that I'm actually gonna buy the package and... Fuck. Son of a bitch. When is the update? Because if it's still not updated by the time I'm here, then it's okay. EU Fortnite. I know. I'm in shackles because of Honkai Star Rail, not because of Fortnite. If it's Honkai or Zenless, then gotta pack it up. Fortnite gonna pack it up. Yep. Well, it depends on when is the update exactly. Because perhaps by the time the update is done, I'm gonna be at work because I work night shifts this week. And from here on out, they're saving that Roland renounce or something big. Bait used to be believed. Is that the librarian director from a game about books? Straight up screamed Angela like a genius. I can hear someone screaming Angela from... Man. Oh my god. Oh, the combination of these two is just perfect. Oh, that made me laugh so hard. God damn. Guys, I'm still not good about... I still have a cold, okay? I'm not gonna have... Yeah, my throat is not surviving this stream. You see now why I have not been streaming Limbus this entire time? Every damn time I stream Limbus, I shout too much. And I laugh too hard. I actually bought the chick from solo leveling in Fortnite. Oh, I see. Nice. Okay, wait a minute. There is something I'm missing. Where's the Leviathan? There is the Leviathan. Actually, yeah. Why is it not slapped together? There we go. Slap them together. I don't think there's anything else to actually react to, right? The host is not something I should probably hear, correct? Yeah. The host is probably something I shouldn't bother. So, might as well. It's Ryosu's passing on B. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess it's not needed. Well, that's about it for the reactions. We really have to get going with the... with the Leviathan, because I really want to finish it. And the sooner I finish it, the sooner we get to play the intervallo, okay? Give me a moment to grab a glass of water, because I am gonna need it. And I'll be right back, okay? Let me play the music while we're at it, though. Yeah. A little bit louder. There we go. Okay. Give me a moment. Wall of Text stream, indeed. Welcome to Stream Master. How have you been? Okay. Okay, the faster we read, the faster we end. I just have to make sure that I'm not gonna choke myself to death. Ooh. Okay. My legs felt like stones. The fact that this was the first time Mr. Virgilius and I were separated once we came to the Rings gallery has been weighing on me. To be honest, it isn't just the gallery, but most of the time he's been with me to help me with work lately. And when he wasn't around, the other experienced fixers have kept me company. Being in those groups limited my role, but I was able to go unharmed thanks to them. Then perhaps these heavy footsteps I'm taking right now might be my first leap towards being an independent fixer. I couldn't help but sigh. The corridor was narrow, but unfathomably long. The tongue twisters, here they come. Sadly, all the anniversary rewards will be just souvenirs for me. Man, you have literally sharded everything. What do you expect? What do you expect? What will I do if I go the wrong way? What if the door handle was booby-trapped? Even if it isn't, what if the door doesn't lead to where I want? No. What if I ran into an unexpected foe and got trounced before I could even reach my destination? Take my gladius. There. It's not there. It's not there. I'll find the voice again. I'll find it. It needs to be a little bit lower, but we'll find it. We'll find it. We'll pick up as we go. That's what he told me. I can only assume the reason he gave me his gladius was because he couldn't put his full trust in my capabilities. Still, trusting me with his weapon may have been his way of showing that he does have a bit of faith in me. If that's the case, and if I want to repay his partial trust, I have to do this right. Come on, pull yourself together, Garnet. Collecting my thoughts, I close my eyes. Doors of an identical shape. There are numbers out of order. There is one correct door that must be among them. In my head, I slowly retraced Lan Yang's intel and the footage Lapis risked her life to film. My memory does not fail me. I clearly remember the starting point and the goal from the video. Room 718. The destination wasn't too far from where I was. Eye, fragment, and glass. Although I was not taught how to use mental keyword locks, the door opened by just thinking the words. It was so simple and effortless, it made all my concerns moot. Gripping back tension before I could loosen up, I gently entered the open door to the laboratory that I saw in the video. With each step I take, my neurons fire off furiously. He's having a neuron activation. Imagine if Wall and the anniversary dropped on the same day. When is Walpurgis, by the way? I still don't know exactly when it is. Every little thing that comes into my sight brings up a past lesson. For example, the corner up ahead. In the 7th Association seminar, they advised us to hold our breath for a moment and keep our ears open for possible footsteps whenever we approach the corner of a path. There might be a trap just out of view or an ambush waiting to strike unsuspected victims. The sound of my swallowed saliva rings loudly in my ears. It only seems loud because I'm nervous. I consoled to myself as I quietly leaned on the wall and pictured what was around the corner. Faint and low-pitched sounds, the time between footsteps and the occasional chatter. Two people are around the corner. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have noticed me. Unfortunately though, this corridor is way too clean. I didn't see any objects or props I could use as a cover on the way here, and it'd be reasonable to guess that there won't be any ahead either. Conflict is probably unavoidable. You gotta be aware of your limits and know what moves you can and can't make in battle. That was Ricalco's words. Okay, while tightening my grip on his gladius, I was reminded of Ricalco's words. She would often make insightful remarks. It kind of bothers me that her stare falls on me whenever she says such things, but I'm sure she meant well with the advice. And it was thanks to her that I could shake off thoughts beyond my level right now. In all likelihood, trying to mimic the surprise attacks Mr. Vergilius often performs won't work out. In that case, a better plan would be to drop my force guard by making myself look sloppy and then lunging at them. I should be able to close the distance while they're confused. They will soon brace themselves and attack me, but when they do, they will probably go for the part they see first, my left arm. That's when I thrust the sword into a vital point with my right arm. I suppose losing my left arm is a price I can deal with. We don't know. People say weeks, other people say months. Oh my god. Deciding to give up my nonchalant left arm instead of my right was a result of weighing my options. I learned prosthetic replacements for frequently used body parts cost more. Something about it being trickier to replicate the muscle mass and nerve compatibility. I felt pathetic for having thoughts like this. Okay. Why am I making plans with the premise that I'm going to lose an arm before I've even begun fighting? Shouldn't I be thinking of ways to get through this without losing any limbs? These aren't the kinds of thoughts we would have. If only I wasn't such a milksop. The footsteps grew close enough to draw out my stray thoughts. There is no time left to strategize. I'm a pushover, so I should do what a pushover can to win. What? Then he gets stabbed in the chest. I don't remember how I made the leap. The target's frightened breath, their shoes squeaking against the floor in response to the sudden assault. The fluttering of white gowns and the terrified faces of two researchers entered my senses as disconnected snapshots. Despite being members of the ring, my opponents didn't appear to be good fighters. However, they seem to have some means of self-defense, judging from the way they reach into their coats. I gave them an exploitable opening, moving my left arm out their way. Please not a critical spot. Bracing for serious pain in my arm, I stabbed the gladius into one of Richard's heart with all my might. Wow, okay. He actually did made it. I could feel the gladius push its teeth through their muscles, but the pain crossing my left arm never came. Were they too struck with panic to attack? Also, by the way, he's holding it with their left arm, the gladius, not the right arm. When I glanced at my left arm, I saw that my coat has stopped the blade in its tracks. Ooh, that explains why he gave me the coat as well. The coat did it? Okay. Before I could let gratitude and relief set in, the researcher at their side now charged me with their weapon draw. Oh, stay away! I swung my gladius in the end to hit the blade. I don't know why I had to make it so over-exaggerated. To hit the blade of the dagger they pulled out. Then I felt a strange click from the hilt. Huh? Clunk. Instead of blades striking against each other, only the sound of one separated from its base, falling to the ground, had reached my ears. It fell off the dagger like melted ice cream. The heating mechanism. I remembered the guide's wound being cauterized by Mr. Virgilis' sword, and now the same burn was left on the upper left of the researcher's body, split in two and dropped on the floor. Goddamn. Well, PPE soon. PM just dropped the bait banner combo this week. Okay. The true bait starts tomorrow, mate. 100% ID reveal tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Fair. Astonished by the sharpness of his gladius that can cut through a person's body smoothly and the durability of the coat I'm wearing, I felt a small pang of guilt for the two bodies on the floor. However, that soon subsided once I reminded myself of where they worked. Looking for the kids I saw being tortured in laboratory machines, I ran across the corridor. Lapis. This place was far more repugnant than in the footage. Thinking of my friends who must be resisting in discomfort inside those rows of test tubes made my stomach turn. It's how you increase the reflection rate. Noted if the reflection rate is too high. Following the sound of familiar voices, I found Rikako and Nansol wearing M-Corp attire. Some researchers seemed to be giving them explanations of the experiment they were doing. I see, so this lever... I could sense relief in the eyes of our two fake M-Corp employees when we exchanged glances. Rikako chuckled and nudged her chin, while Nansol gave me a discreet thumbs up. Yeah, I think I've heard just about all I need. Pardon, but I haven't even started on the glass window superposition or the linkage. The guy was so into it. Nah, forget it. You must be tired from all the lab work, so why don't you take a sweet nap and salt, Garnet? Oh, crap. They actually wrestled them. Crap. Oh, he actually called their names, man. Sweet nap. And salt, Garnet? Yeah, this is how I should have phrased it. Fair is fair. We might get Middle Utis or Thumbrodia. Okay. That's both of these actually sound awesome. Lukaku's face hits the flabbergasted researcher in the stomach. Meanwhile, Nansol snuck up on the researcher next to him and choked them from behind. In the time it took him to deprive the researcher of consciousness, Rikako had already taken down 3. Okay, nice. There were 7 researchers in the lab. Rikako and Nansol knocked out 3 each in less than 5 minutes. I was able to subdue the last one with ease. It boosted my confidence to get a feel for what his sword and code were capable of. Though of course I still had a long way to go to get on the level of these skilled fixers. Garnet, did you get here from the corridor by yourself? You've gotten pretty good. Nassau showered me with praise and raised thumbs. That wasn't anything impressive. All he did with our boss's sword and code was beat a few pansies who couldn't wield a knife to save their lives. Ma'am, I saw you cheer from him while he fought, yelling, "Yeah, go get them!" and such. I did, but only because it was so insufferable to watch. What, you have a problem? Okay. Rikako made a gruff reply. Their quarreling that used to have me concerned about the state of the team felt like a breath of fresh air here. Perhaps it's the moments of relieving tension that helped them to complete so many field jobs. Mr. Virgilius will come back soon. how are things going on your side? We were able to figure out the controls and how the machines work without much trouble. Wasted a bit of time thanks to Non-Soul being a total bungler with machines, but hey, this wasn't a half bad record. Come on now, I only struggled one time. But when I was your grade, it only took me a glimpse to get stuff all figured out. Fixers these days are raised to too short. Rikako's words made my heart beat with anticipation. The two of them were assigned to roles of gaining entry into the lab while disguised as moonlight stone couriers, since they earned higher fixer grades. Not through stunning combat expertise, but through a plethora of certificates for various professions. We needed skilled personnel to deal with all these buttons and levers, as careless handling could cause terrible accidents like what was filmed in the footage. I remember hearing from Denver that the reason Rikako keeps Non-Soul around even though she scolds him like this daily is that he had skills worth developing. She wouldn't have talked to him in the first place if he was an actual lost cause. That's what Denver had added as she giggled. In any case, having two capable fixers with me lessened my worries. Then we can start rescuing my friends now. Where should we start? I asked in an admittedly hopeful tone. I wanted to rescue the kids as soon as possible and find Lapis. Oh, the two didn't look too delighted, however. Rikako made a perplexed face and Non-Soul slung his eyes away. I was familiar with his it was after watching Lapis's videotape at the office. My plea to hurry and rescue her was met with a similar coldness. Garnet, our primary objective is to seize the singularity, don't you remember? It's the reason we got into this job. Rikako said in a slightly frustrated but appeasing tone. And I knew that. Fixers are motivated by the sense of interest. I was well aware that I should grow accustomed to this and adopt their mindset sooner rather than later, but still, I know, but if you know the controls, it wouldn't be an issue to stop the machines right now. I'm not demanding that we push everything else aside to save up my friends by force. If they know how to operate the machine, surely there's nothing stopping them from getting the subjects out. I tried to pursue Rikako with that logic. Persuade Rikako with that logic. About that, things got a bit more complicated, Garnet. That's when Non-Soul reluctantly brought up something. We thought we could just turn the machines off and set your friends free, but we learned on close inspection that the data will reset once the machine shut down, which means not another fucking dilemma. This is total bullshit. It's almost as if the world of Limbus Company is made on purpose this way in order to fuck up, you know, to fuck up someone's morals. In short, losing the data means we lose our chance at seizing the singularity, so the kids will have to wait. Of course. Of course. Why every buff man in PM verse looks like Mersault? The most evil PM bait, making people read an actual book. Yeah, true. It's the city, of course people will have fucked up morals. I mean, why is it designed to fuck up their morals? That was my question. It's almost as if it's one of the two things. The data resets because the guy who actually operated the machine actually wasn't any capable scientist to actually save the fucking data in case of an error, or the scientist was actually one of those evil ones. Yes, the data resets once you get out the subjects. That way you will never get to save them or have whatever you want. Motherfucker. Why does it not save the data in a world where so many technology matters so much? Something like this actually seems so important. It's a taboo to save data in this district. I don't even remember in what district we are, by the way. Well, whatever. Rikako always based her priorities on value, and when two objectives were in conflict, she would discard the one with less worth without batting an eye. Perhaps remaining level-headed throughout the process is what allowed her to climb to where she stands now. I can't help but wonder how I look in her eyes. An immature rookie who whines when things aren't going his way, an incompetent fledgling unfit to work as a fixer. Or worse, she might not be thinking of me as a colleague at all. Her priorities might have shifted a little had the subjects lying in the tubes being acquaintances of her co-worker. But what if something happens while downloading the data? And here I was miserably insisting on the unreasonable wants more, knowing all this. Garnet, let's say that we open these tubes right now to save those kids and lose the data. What next? We'll need some leverage to use in our favor if we want to get out of this alive after provoking the ring. Ma'am. And Sol looked at Rikako as if he wanted to stop her, but she went on. Our boss would probably manage, no problem. He's a caller and everything, but what about me and Nansol? And the people at our office, and you? She rebuked even harder, and then continued with a vague look on her face that didn't appear to signal anger or sadness. I don't think I can handle spending the rest of my life being chased by the ring. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility for us, Garnet? An agonizing silence fills the air. The most agonizing of all was my own behavior. All I could do was stare down at my feet, unable to stand my ground against Rikako's argument. I thought I was ready to face this when I asked Mr. Virgilis for help over the payphone. I thought that even if saving Labis was an arduous ordeal, I'd be able to do it with the help of the office and from him. But in the end, even that stereotypical feat of overcoming hardship was the preserve of those with power. That's why Rikako and Sol have been planning ahead, looking far into the future, taking into account what kind of organization the ring is, the ramifications of getting into conflict with the syndicate, the losses it will cause, the gains they could reap if the operation is a success, in spite of the risks, all of it. Can I bear the responsibility? Of course I can't. I can't be sure of my own immediate future, so how would I do something far-sighted planners aren't... How would I do something far-sighted planners aren't confident that they can manage? There's just no way. Even so, I know all the kids lying in these tubes by name. But you two don't. You don't know the sour sweetness of half-melted candy sticking to its wrapper, held inside a small patient poem for hours and hours. You don't know the chilly breaths we had let out to make the fanciest drawings on frosted windows during a cold day and with broken heaters. Our inherited dearth gave richness to each moment of our lives. So we aren't related by blood, but we are family nonetheless. I know all of them. I sank to my knees at the cruelty of having to weigh the lives of my dying siblings against profit and loss. Garnet, but how awful it was that I still couldn't reject it. You're right about everything. No, I'm actually not sure if you are, but it's just so upsetting that it sounds right, and I don't know what I can say to prove you wrong. I get how you feel. That wall of helplessness you have hit is another name for reality, so you need to accept it. We can't afford to live in fantasies. And so put it sedately, to which Rikako shrugged. It's a hurdle every fixer has to go through to become the high-caliber workforce, right? And so, he used to be a bit ditzy too. I'm used to it now. And Sol said in agreement, though he smiled. Oh, wait a minute, it had a dot here. Fixer had to go through the... it's a hurdle every fixer has to go through to become the high-caliber workforce. Right, then so? He used to be a bit ditzy too. I'm used to it now. And so said in agreement, though his smile left his face for a second. Perhaps we all have a stage of occupation and we must go through. Once we hardened enough and fully prepared ourselves to leave the cocoon, only then we will begin our own fight. In this metaphor, I'd only be a small larva just beginning to make my cocoon. I hope the pain that will mold me into a butterfly is sensible. Alright, that's enough of that. Time to get back to business. You cool, Garnet? Rikako saw me give a weak nod. then turned to Nansol. Hey Nansol, why don't we make better use of the lab space now that there is no one here to interrupt us? We're gonna have to hurry though. Sure thing, ma'am. Nansol replied casually. He then entered the control room to work with the panels. I can save them. Rikako and Nansol are quick with their work. There will definitely be a chance once they are finished with the singularity. Muttering what should be taken as a resolution to myself or an excuse to my friends still trapped in the machines, I headed for the entrance. I wanted to be ready to fend off intruders in case any appeared. However, I heard the clanking of shoes coming from a completely unexpected direction. Someone was walking into this place from inside the control room. It was the person with multiple rings, the auditioneer, Mr. Virgilius, and I saw. Oh no! Fuck! Out of all of them, he appeared! What's a maestro doing here? I heard Rikako's confused exclamation. All of us probably share the same feeling. Has it been a diversion after all? Sneaking into the lab while your allies joined the auction? Jamsun was calm in spite of the incapacitated ring members and researchers collapsed on the floor around her. Her? But you had told me it's a man! A maestro of the ring? Yup. You had told me it's a man! There was not a shred of unease from the way she skimmed over the... You had told me it's a man! Over the outfits Rikako and Nansol were wearing and nodded as if she admired the craft. Labris, fuck off. That's like at least 4 Ricardos in a trench coat. Yep, pretty much. I know that. Who said who is a man? I'm confused. Well, V, in the last part, when I was reading the comic, they had told me that basically the artistry of the characters in the ring anyway, it's that they cross-dress a lot. I said nothing about their gender at all. You had told me something about cross-dressing. I'm pretty sure. At some point you had told me that. Isn't Samson a man? I think that's a mistranslation. That's what I'm thinking. You had told me that, oh, hey, but that's a man, by the way. And I'm like, what? Nope, never did. Was it you or was it someone else? Maybe it wasn't you, Labris, but it was someone. It was someone who had told me, hey, they cross-dress. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Well, okay. It's a he. We're gonna refer to Johnson as a he, okay? Because I haven't read Leviathan yet either. Okay. There was a shred of unease from the way he skimmed over the outfits Rikako and Nansol were wearing and nodded as if he admired the craft. It seems it's not just the children you're trying to extract. Was I really truly deceived by Sir Virgilius? Maybe I should have paid heed to the caution. Come a step closer. I know you're head over heels for this tech. One flick and I could destroy every bit of data you've gathered. Got it? Rikako warned, holding a lever. Thompson gave a vacant look at Rikako with a mysterious expression, and he raised the corners of his mouth very slowly. It was not my intention to eavesdrop upon you, but you seem to be rather fond of realities. What? Rikako returned. He seemed to be taken aback. Rikako, there we go. Rikako is a girl. She seemed to be taken aback by the arbitrary remark. Reality. People and their obsession with it. Personally, I'm averse to that word. Their wandering eyes suddenly fixed their gaze on his wandering eyes suddenly fixed their gaze on Rikako. And then... Oh no... No! That one empty page is foul! Of course. No wonder no wonder I have depression during the Limbus Company events. I don't know if Koreans have gendered pronouns, so this can't be a mistranslation. Yeah, by the way, the wiki calls Jamsun with he. Oh, well, we're gonna treat him as a he then. He seemed like a he, despite the cross-dressing, so I guess we're gonna call him a he. Well, there goes the poor girl. Ryuko frowns in pain and staggers. On the other hand, Nansol maintained his usual calm expression. Only he wasn't offering a hand to help Hirikako stand. It didn't take long to grasp what had just taken place before my eyes. Comprehending it, on the other hand, needed more time. The blade Nansol was holding had impaled Rikako's abdomen. Rikako seemed to have realized the same thing. Looking down at the blade poking through her stomach, she then turned to Nansol, who was standing at her back. Sim Nansol. Like you said, ma'am, I figured we were on our own to make ourselves a way to live. Son of a bitch. You damn little... When did you join hands with them? When we were setting up the operation, I knew a grade 3 fixer like me stood no real chance. Wow. Literally a backstabbing asshole. No wonder the maestro is here. You snitched on us, you son of a bitch! You gotta show some love for your office mates at least. You have sunk low. Wow. You had just said it yourself too. You don't put others in your priorities when you can't take responsibility for their survival. Truth is, I considered bringing you around, but I decided not to. You're not the type to mingle with others easily, after all. Is that what you meant by, well, this was reality for me. Nothing's too low for reality, is it? Rikako opened her mouth as if to say something, but soon closed it back. Maybe she had run out of strength or couldn't find anything left to say. It took hearing Rikako collapse on the floor for me to finally speak up. Why would you? In response, the soul shrugged with a quiet cackle. It was as though he were telling me that the answer was stated multiple times already. In some ways, his gesture resembled what Rikako did a bit ago. And that's when something finally dawned on me. If this was the reality, perhaps the pupa shouldn't have left the cocoon in the first place. There was no such thing as sensible pain. Thank you for coming all the way here, my precious gem. Thompson spoke to me in an elegant voice, smooth as a marble. To tell you the truth, I had given up on the gem that is you, Garnet. The red gaze was a massive thorn standing in the way, and you'd even become a fixer. What a hassle this became. Me? I aim to create uncompromised perfection, but because of your little deviation, I almost had to compromise with reality and undermine the integrity of my art. I've been feeling rather unhappy because of that. I really owe you my thanks. He even bowed his head like he sincerely wanted to show his gratitude. Realizing that all my friends, including myself, were treated like nothing more than materials of a twisted work of art had set my heart ablaze with anger. Why? Why did it have to be my friends? What kind of grudge did you have against the Red Gaze? I vented my unbridged anger at the maestro. Why did it have to be the orphanage? What they needed was an ounce of happiness, not more tragedy. We were destitute children who were trying to find crumbs of joy in the smallest things. I can't imagine a reason to go to the lengths of inflicting misfortune on people like us. Grudge? Yet Johnson tilted his head as though he heard an unfamiliar word. I bear no ill feelings like that. Don't you know what I mean, Garnet? The orphanage was chosen. Chosen? That was not a word I was familiar with. It's where the first miracle occurred. Right there. Right there. Where you are. Where you were. Right there, right then. Where you were. miracle. He never saw any miracles. We never saw any miracles. We were busy savoring little bits of happiness that weren't anything more than regular occurrences to others. We've never... Then it hit me. One thing flashed across my mind. It was a catastrophe, not at all reminiscent of a miracle. It was the exact opposite of one. The incident where a terrible mass of flesh appeared at the orphanage and took so many lives. Chaos that Limbus and I could barely survive. An event that caused Mr. Virgilius the Red Gaze to stop visiting the orphanage. Yes. Is that what he's calling a miracle? Wait, you aren't talking about the incident on Christmas Eve, are you? What else could it be? It couldn't have happened on a more fitting day, truly befitting the Holy Eve commemorating birth. It was a miraculous day of uncut gems beginning to shine, and once again a reminder that Jesus was actually a thing in this world, somehow. Guess you can say they are yo, she, he, they. What? You could also call them a he, she. I'd rather not. I wanted to believe I heard wrong, but it was simply out of the question. That was no miracle. My body is shaking. I was overwhelmed with fury upon listening to her disregard for everything I cared for. His disregard. My head was broiling with rage. I couldn't even form my words properly. No, it will mark the beginning of everything, the starting point of innumerable worlds that we will unravel from now on. While I stay silent, Jumpsuit keeps running his mouth. You may not have known this, Garnet, but our gallery has been planning to make something fascinating for a good while. For that to happen, we must dedicate utmost care to every step of it. We can't settle for anything less than what is chosen by the world, Garnet. You heard its cry, didn't you? The first of the resurrected to return from the scattered light? His voice raised higher and higher as he went on, and a startled flush suffused his face, and his eyes grew thin as if he were observing something captivating. In that moment he made an order. Mr. Nutsold, was it? Could you pull the yellow lever next to you? All the way up, if you please. This lever? And Soul hesitates for a moment, and I look into his reluctant eyes. No, please say that's not it. Please don't accept that as part of your reality. I stared at him with pleading eyes. Is what you think it is. Even though I didn't know the lever's exact function, one thing was clear to me, that everything I did to save my friends will be for naught, that everything will start falling apart right before my eyes, that this downfall will be caused by someone who I thought was family, that I will no longer be able to save Lapis. Understood. And so, I shouted, akin to a scream escaped my throat. My legs, which were frozen stiff until a second ago, began sprinting towards Anso. But I was wrong to the end. It was me who wasn't in his right mind. Rikako gave me harsh but truthful words, and yet I could never open my eyes. This is reality, Garnet. It's time to wake up. This joint world's identity superposition device activated, initiating the refraction rate intensification sequence. Target maximum refraction. Following the announcement of a dry mechanical voice, chorus of distressing hums filled the laboratory. It was the sound of rifts opening, and the sound of something shattering within me, impaled by the stake that is reality. Wow. Translation notes: Jamsun is a male, but is referred to with female pronouns in this chapter of Leviathan, specifically the word. This is for two reasons. Jamsun's name is traditionally feminine in its formation, being a suffix typical reserved for females. Jamsun has a feminine appearance to Garnet's eyes, and he hasn't explicitly learned yet that Jamsun is a man. Ooh, so it wasn't a mistake. Interesting. Interesting, okay, very interesting. Maestros are always referred to with he as a form of respect to the title. Think of it as an army private's referring to a female sergeant as sir. Really? You call female sergeants sir? It's not ma'am? This is why Garnet maintains his incorrect assumption. Okay. Fair. Fair. Glad to know that the translator had nothing to do with it. Well, that was that was only one chapter, and we are 1 hour into the stream. I hope you're ready for a wall of text for literally the entire time. Well, it's a good time to actually have a bathroom break, though. Give me a moment, I'll come back. And also another glass of water, because I most definitely need it. Okay, I'm back. As the sound of rifts echoed through the laboratory, the children inside the machines began to spit out unintelligible things. Screams and painful wails. "Stop, please. I don't want to see. I'm looking into myself." I could understand what that last utterance meant. It was evident with a myriad of scenes that have unfolded in a flash before my eyes, that the center of them all was my back. It was quite strange looking at countless versions of myself from behind, though it wasn't terror I felt. The sight was rather tranquil, in fact. Perhaps a more apt way to put it would be that I was unsure of what emotion to feel. Then, all the visions twist, flip, split and waver, until everything begins to overlap. My multitudes occupying or being placed in their space turn around to look at me. My eyes meet one of the dozens, hundreds, thousands of my other selves. It might be his that met mine. And at the moment's notice, the sceneries fade away, as though claimed by a bottomless chasm. I vanished into the tremor. I was on my knees, wailing in the mist of heavy rain. The storm in my heart raged with such fury that the downpour couldn't compare, and my despair grows grimy and sodden in the rain. Why am I crying out here? I was a member of the streetlight office, an unremarkable one, with unimpressive pay and a lack of fame. In other words, it was a job I had no reason to be attached to. Then one day we were invited to a place called the library and lost Lapis there while I survived. We left you behind as you became part of the library's collection. Stupid idiot, why? I hope that it wasn't Lapis who could replace the cake in the fridge. I remember that one time on a rainy day like this one, I got into a fight with Lapis over something small. I was so heated by her mocking tone, I was on the verge of raising my fist. Damn, but when I simmered down a little, I noticed that she was holding an umbrella over my head as she kept replying to my grumbles in the same sassy tone. Doing a reference, yep. It's her. Wasn't she like one of the first? I have no idea what you're referring to. The streetlight always stands solemnly, shining down in the dark, letting it gently illuminate the lashing waves of my heart would often help me calm down. That made my wish to be like you, shining over ever more brightly in the dark. I have to get Lapis's book from the library. That's what I gotta do for a while I put out feelings I couldn't quite describe in the rain, and the light shining down them gradually dimmed. The light shining down on me gradually dimmed before eventually fizzling out. My surroundings blur again, like raindrops running along a window. Then me in the scenery casts his gaze upon me to meet my eyes. I don't try to avoid my glare. Director, how could this ever even be considered tolerable? The outcry of someone breathing heavily from uncontained emotions reached my ears. As I looked around upon hearing the unfamiliar title, a desk piled high with papers caught my eye. I felt it was rather a friendly sight, and with that, the feeling of unfamiliarity dissolved like spume. I take a deep breath. My men are too easily upset at this immediate justice, too eager to argue against it with logic. At such small things, at such insignificant things, the southern branch of the Shia Association was rotten to the core. I aimed to exercise each and every trace of the corruption taking hold of this organization. But I still had work to do. Though I hadn't had properly sleep for 10 days, this was not yet the time for rest. I could only say this: I want you to suppress your feelings and remind yourself money, fame and power rule over this world. I thought about the fixtures of partnered offices who I heard were all killed off. The Section 3 director had summoned me one day to demand straight away that I report what I'm up to. When I replied that I planned to fix what is broken, they pulled out a pack of cigarettes and burned through it in one sitting. Mood. Goddamn. Why that person decided to help with the cause was beyond me. They swore they'd retire next year too. As a matter of fact, we might face annihilation ourselves if we're not careful. Or worse, we might already be on their way down. I wonder what look will be on Thelma's face when he hears of Section 4's demise. It was my job to harden up my subordinates and assure them that we are almost through the crisis. I should tell them with unwavering confidence. However, being confident and having to be confident were two different matters. I had to ensure that everything I did wasn't a fool's errand. I must see to it that this is not to be a dead end for my men. To ease this troubled mind, I turned to look out the window. Then a gust of wind blew outside, turning the world upside down once more. My eyes meet another's. The broiling heat wakes me up at dawn. The weak breeze produced by my decrepit fan does little to dry off the beads of sweat trickling down my back. I had to be up by 6 in the morning anyway. Are we reading a mirror story right now? What the fuck am I reading, actually? I have lost the plot a bit. I got a decent post at the local library and I could avoid the attention of my landlord by leaving at this time of day. He forgave me with a generous smile. Then I could meet rent. I couldn't meet rent when I couldn't meet rent for 2 months. But his understanding by juvenility turned into glamorous demands once he noticed my overdue rent would continue to grow for another month or two. A bunch of update stories. Yeah, that's what I said. Mirror. Yeah, mirror worlds. I could use some cash. I keep writing and erasing text passages. Living in a rural area, my parents don't know how pricey things are in a big city. They think I've taken the midnight shift to make myself some extra money, but they don't know how hard it is to cover the gas, water, and electric bills for my camp lodging, on top of food travel and all the other little things. They were reassured by their son that his academic excellence as the top of his class would put him and his family on the road to luxury, but they didn't know that I applied for a lesser university to secure scholarships. They don't know that I had to take a semester off to make a living, or that I was busy flying from table to table serving customers at a barbecue restaurant while others were busy flying in and out of the country, building international experience and studying abroad. I wanted to know where it all went wrong, but with everything taken together, there is only one conclusion to make. I was the one who tried and failed to qualify for the jobs. Well, it must have been my lack of effort that got me rejected. If only I'd slept just a little less than I did. If only I'd bought one fewer piece of clothing. Crap, this hits a little bit close to home. If only I had gotten my hands on different food because I got sick of instant ramen. I hadn't gotten my hands on different food because I got sick of instant ramen. If only I didn't have to study less and work more to make up for the hole it made in my balance. If only I didn't let temptation get the better of me. It's because I wasn't good enough. I wasn't trying hard enough. I stepped outside to get some fresh air and gazed at the sky when I asked one time about what kind of person I desired to be as a kid during a job interview. I'd wanted to say I wished I could have be rich enough to take a hot bath in winter. That was enough for me. The interviewer didn't seem to agree though. I should get another job. I get up at 4 every morning. I run my fingers looking up job openings on my phone, looking for a gym receptionist. My eyes caught a good enough offer. You can find a part-time job that pays this much for these hours anywhere. I might even find time to study during the shift if I ask the owner nicely. I was immersed in such thoughts under this blazing sunlight. Go back to the fantastic depression. This one is too real. I know. Whoa. There are airplanes in the fucking Limbus universe? No, it's another update, isn't it? I might have been too caught up in my thoughts to notice the terrified screams and people fleeing in the chaos. I thought that the shadow cast over me was a cloud or something. It was a particularly large and dark shadow, but I didn't find it strange. When I looked up again, a plane came into my sight. It was flying far lower than usual. It looked as if it was about to plunge into the ground. I couldn't seem to recall the last time I saw that thing called an airplane flying above the city. More importantly, I can't tell for sure if I knew what an airplane was in the first place. Where am I anyway? What district of the city did I think I was in? A wave of nausea rises in me as the strangeness of myself existing in this foreign place, as if I already belonged here, becomes apparent. But all that confusion is useless now. Try as I might, there is no way I can outrun that massive bird of steel. I can tell from this feeling. It's a race I'm doomed to lose. Much like my struggle against poverty. In the end, I can't escape the explosion that the plane would cause crashing into the street. All because I was too slow. I was too incapable. I should have taken out life insurance. when I came home every winter, I would see my father's back as he carried the cauldron of water he boiled with our barely functioning gas stove. That was the last image that flashed in my mind. In a blow of hot wind, everything went dark. Before I can realize it, my eyes come into contact with yet another eye, and the world shimmers once again. Next up is a genuine article presented by a masked guard himself, an orange gemstone processed out of carnelian, and a subject procured from an orphanage in District 22. A voice coming from the side opened my eyes. An orphanage? Chameleon was a shy kid who would only nod or shake heads instead of speaking up. But when we were alone, I was taught how to whistle with grace. I take a moment to examine myself. I'm wearing clothes only members of the ring wear. Next to me is an auditioneer, excitedly folding raised hands and chanting the beads. I am at the gallery's auction. There we have 3 million on. Sorry. I thought it said aha. I'm still a little bit affected from Honkai Star Rail. Aha, the gentleman over there put up 4 million. Yes, we're now at 5 million. Will anyone give me more? Bang, and there we have it. A deal at 5 million and congratulations. The sight of the gavel brought me back to reality. I could finally take a closer look at the item placed at the auctioneer's side. Wow. Hello, Siphon. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, hiccup. Yeah. Respectfully, Pagaria dinner. What? I cannot read that, man. At least deranged PM fan. Yep. The sight of the gavel brought me back to reality. I could finally take a closer look at the item placed at the auctioneer's side. You are gems, and you must discover that you will possess unparalleled beauty if you keep cutting and polishing yourselves. I was reminded of the lesson my teacher would preach time and time again. Teacher, have I been to a seminar at one of the galleries? The word would have been well known to me, but it's bothering that it occurred to me in an unfamiliar scene. That mattered little though, compared to the jewel before my eyes. So beautiful. Oh wow. What the mirror world is this? Jesus Christ. It's something about speed and playing that they are talking about. Ah, okay, great. The gemstone glistened with a brilliant red hue reminiscent of sunset. My eyes filled with ecstatic delight upon beholding its luster. The mystifying and magnificent color is excited only by tapping the rough gem in extreme heat and pressure, until every aspect they possess has been compressed into a single point. I can picture the process vividly in my head. I can almost sense the aesthetics of cruelty at the center of this precious stone. I want to see more. What splendor will a gem of greater size show me? Now that I think about it, a friend by the name of Aqua had clear blue eyes resembling an ocean vibrant with life. If I can have a gem holding that color, if there is a way to make it. No. I shook my head in immediate denial of the thought I just said. But it was no use. There was no hiding that I considered how to process my friend's luxury items just seconds ago, as if I was willing to carry it out as soon as I had the method. That in turn makes me wonder how I came up with the idea of processing friends. Have I ever had a friend named Aqua? Before that, I can't be sure if I ever had friends at all. Nothing is clear. I am suffering from some kind of hallucination. Blurry memories of unknown origins are trying to obstruct my vision and judgment. I could no longer find the reason for the tears they were flowing from my eyes. Of course, it would seem Master Garen had been touched by the recognition of the true value of his artwork. The auctioneer glamored by tears as the signs of overflowing gratitude shed by a moved artist. As revolting as it is, I can't say that it's wrong. I adored this gem more than anyone, yet I loathed it at the same time. Why? Why do I loathe this beautiful yet melancholic piece of work? Melancholic. What about this gem? What about this gem evokes such a feeling in me? Wasn't processing a friend the most rapturous part of making jewelry? No, that is no friend. It's a gem, an uncut gem. Why are these old memories invading my mind? Keep it together, maestro. Before I knew it, the crowd members applauds, and all the other noises tormenting my ears ceased. Eyes sent a piercing glare towards me from the cracked window. Pointing hands extend from sleeves belonging to different clothes, and mouths move in unison to speak one word: garments. I stumbled trying to regain my balance. The lab was in my sight again. It felt as if only a fraction of a second had passed, but simultaneously I felt like I had just gone through multitudes of decades in different lives. The tubes have gone quiet. Not a voice is heard. I peek into the machines to find out the truth behind this stillness. Oh, shit. Inside, I find friends wrapped in some sort of translucent membrane, twitching irregularly. They were curled up like fetuses waiting to be birthed anew, rejecting all interference, yearning to return to that primal state. Just as I was overcome with vertigo and sickness, the world shifted yet again. A foul performance relentlessly stabs me. Thousands of notes penetrate the body, echoing through the whole nest. All city dwellers stand in place, taking in the tidal waves of music. Wow. What the actual fuck? Burning anguish swells in my heart. It's too hot for me to try and avoid it. What lies before my eyes is beyond all belief. It hurts to look. Perhaps this is the kind of occasion that brings a person to bloody tears. Why do I have to be robbed of my mundane happiness the instant I find it? Why was the pageant I bought crispier than ever today? Sorry, Lapis. I was too late. I remember you saying that you were a fan of the streets of music, so it'd be okay. This tragedy could have been avoided, and I found a way for us to move into a nest. The piano had long since ceased, but its sound still stings me. Maybe the performance that has never ended in my heart. I'm going to live the rest of my life in regret for this moment, staring at you in helplessness, having become part of the performance. Drenched in notes of blood raining from above, this silence, this hell. Okay. Wow. My knees dropped to the ground, my legs fully bent, it didn't hurt. I am once again touching the cold floor of the laboratory. Dozens of worlds come crashing in and then sweep away in waves. In one instant, I was a fixer at Streetlight office who had just lost his co-worker. In another, I was a director at Sea Association sending its fixers to doom. I was a poverty-stricken job seeker in an unrecognizable metropolis. That is actually mostly all of us. A maestro of the ring, absorbed in beauty, a fixer who faced the tragic loss of his whole family. The despair all myself scared was unbearably torturous, and I felt the urge to turn my eyes away from everything and take refuge at the edge of the world. But that wasn't to be. There's still too much that remains for me to neglect and hide from. Even though the memories I experienced weren't harrowing, the pain I felt was proof of the love I held. Again, a lot of this is references. Wow. Well, hopefully I will remember them, or some of them, when the time comes. I see that even if all is fated to disappear without a trace one day, there are so many things that shine while the moment is in your hands. That crossing this vast, harsh wilderness. Well, I'm gonna fall asleep. Jesus, harsh wilderness is not an insufferable task thanks to the patches of flowers I find along the way. That was the scent of my friends deserved to perceive. They were not meant to be forsaken to such fate in a place like this. Man, it's not that I am even tired, by the way. It's what is happening to me when I read too much. God damn. That is aura right there. God damn. Wow. Just wow. More references, yeah. Who would win, a streamer or 36 pages of text? Listen to me. It's not about reading it. Look, it's not about Limbus Company specifically. It's about reading. I, personally speaking, I never really had it much with reading too much. It's unfortunately, I would argue that it's actually something that it was caused to me from wrong ways of teaching. One of the reasons why I hated reading when I was little is because I was forced to actually, well, they were teaching us history wrong, which is actually sad. They were like, the whole goal of learning history for my school and my parents was that, hey, you have to actually read this lesson for today, this section of history, and you have to remember it for next time because we're gonna have a pop quiz about it. And I'm like, okay, fuck this shit. And and we were basically forced to learn history without actually having any real interest for it. And it's genuinely sad because as I grew older, I came to realize that I love history. But now, because of, you know, I guess past wrong ways of actually making a kid try to learn forcefully something, it has caused me to actually not be fond of reading altogether. I understand this, I love to read, but being forced to read for school was a big turn-off, especially with some unsufferable books for university approval. Yeah, as you can see, it's not like I'm not interested in what I'm reading. Is that whenever I read, my mind subconsciously actually turns itself off. That's why I start yawning, that's why I start, not being able to read properly. The more and more I read, the more and more I feel exhausted, even though I have slept well. Today I had a day off. I actually had a day off today. I haven't been doing anything. All day I have been sleeping. I shit you not, and yet here I am almost about to fall asleep again. I cannot control that. As much as I want to. Splendid, simply splendid, Garnet. Your sanity is intact at such a high refraction rate. I heard Jamsoon's voice through the window. I must pull Mr. Strode out of his chamber and put you in there. You were the brightest gem all along. Damn. So he actually is kind of special. That mesmerized look I'm sure I had at one point in one reflection is severely repulsive. That was the most disgusting pair of eyes out of all those refracted that I saw over the window. I've seen many passionable, desolate and sorrowful eyes up to now. But that was the one I can't stand. Even a minute's brush of eye contact could engulf me in uncontrollable fury. The experimental data is almost complete, just a tiny bit more, and I can perfect it at last, the glass window. So remember, engrave those moments in my memory. My pain will be forged into a knife that will cut through your heart. My own guilt combined with the guilt pouring in from my friends laid inside the machines. When I find the redemption to keep those feelings with me, rather than to try to shake them off. I realize now that although my body is in complete disorder, my mind is able to confront it directly. You. And now I declare, adjusting my half-crumbled mask, feeling the silence that he shrouded me in darkness radiant outward. You will die by my hands in the most painful way imaginable. God damn, man. God damn. God damn. He grew balls because of the mirror worlds. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, it's 19 pages. Okay. I thought it was 34 pages of all this wall of text. Okay. I think we can still do it, but it is a little bit Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit nicer. Oh man, you know what? We need a little bit of we need a moment's break, okay? We need a moment of break, and we need yeah. Let's go to the game, and now that Yi-Sang actually does, you know, is part of the game, we can actually make a poll. Hello, Otis, how are you today? I do genuinely need a little bit of a break before we continue. Ooh. Okay, so last time I had earned a ticket, the third identity assured abstraction, and now Yi-Sang is part of it. We do need Yi-Sang, but if we get Otis, it's a major win. If we get Faust, it's also a really nice win. But we really do need Yi-Sang, considering the fact that Yi-Sang doesn't have a 000 identity yet, including Mersault and Hongla and Rhodia too. Actually, crap. Yeah, there are characters which I still don't have a 3-star, so we really have to see what this will bring. Okay. It's a temple extract. This extraction banner does not include ego. 2-stars and 3-star identities in this extraction banner belong to Season 7. Okay, so many fractions could fill a whole railway. Okay. I think we can do it. Let's see. Let's do this. What's the possibility of earning 2? Okay, it's 1, but that's okay. Okay. You can't be serious. I didn't go the Gregor ID again.
뭐라도 해볼 생각이야. 뒤늦은 후회는 추한 감정만 남길 뿐.
Okay, you know what? That's okay. It was a 50-50 to get someone I really wanted and someone I didn't wanted. I lost a 50-50, but that's okay. He's very good though. I didn't really needed him, but fair enough. Okay, I guess he's good. Best binding ID, like the second best Gregor. Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess I could start actually using that Gregor instead of the La Manchala, the Lamchala Manchala priest. No, actually the Lamchala Manchala priest is someone I want to use because we're getting into, you know, the Canto for it. It's you are of this forest. The beast. Okay. The beast of this forest. Is there anyone else I need to extract? I could attempt to actually make a couple of pulls for this Yi-Sang. This Gregor also pairs well with magic bullets since he is burn. Okay. Hello UV53, by the way. Welcome to the stream. I didn't welcome you. He can redirect attacks regardless of speed and any speed status modifier buffs. Ooh. Do 1 temple for Yi-Sang, no more. Okay. Actually, we do have plenty of single tickets. Ugh. Hey, multiple reds. And not even a single one of a new one. Oh, come on. That is sad. But we do need the Yi-Sang, man. We could get this Yi-Sang. We don't need a Heathcliff. We do need a Hongla. We don't need a Faust. I don't understand why the gacha hates you. It doesn't hate me. It gave me a lot of victories in the beginning, and now it's looking to, you know, take back, you know, everything that it has given me, basically. Keep gabbling. Oh, hi, Catherine. Welcome to stream. You know what? We could go for another temple. Sure. There we go. Come on. This is it. Come on. This is the moment where it's proven that the gacha doesn't actually hate me. Even better. Even better. It could actually be Utis.
선택하는 삶보다는 선택받는 삶.
Ha! 20 pulls, baby. 20 pulls.
이 삶의 유쾌함을 느낄 수 있었으면 좋겠어.
Worth it. Actually worth it. 20 pulls. Fuck yeah. Good shit. No wonder. Now we have a proper ID for Yisang. Finally. Always believe in V. Yeah. Take a look at his skills.
이상이라 부르게.
Yo!
피코도 1등 항해사를 맡고 있지.
I didn't have that, Yisang. Let's go. Never stop gambling. Yep. My story of my life. 9 unbreakable coins, guys. Home. Yep. Well, that's it for today. Finally, we have a proper ID for Yisang. God damn, this took a long while. Okay, what do we have here? Skills. And warp 330 times in long swaths of frozen blood. God damn. Revel with soundless applause, impale in voiceless sorrow. Defense is by unpredictable whim. No, the ID is the same. Okay, we do need to uptie him, I guess. Well, actually, wait a minute. Who have I upgraded to the max? 49, 49, 49, 49, 49, 49. Wild Hand is the one who I should have upgraded, but you know what? I do want to see if I'm gonna start using Yisang for a little bit. Skill 3. Wait a minute. Can I actually see the skill 3 despite the fact that it's locked? Ah, yes, I can. Raise and laugh the blade. Cry the waterfall like the scent of fallen leaves. Procuration Hermes. Greece. Furioso Replica. Oh, god damn! It really does have 9 coins! Wow. Just wow. 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 We are also going to T-Corp. I could actually, you know, upgrade Rhodia a little bit. Yeah. Could upgrade Rhodia in order to have her for this intervallo, or I could upgrade Yisang all the way to level 41, which is not good enough, but it's good as good as it gets. Hello, Naomi. Welcome to the stream. Yisang, Gregor, Heathcliff, Utis, Ryosho, and Sinclair make a very good team with what you have. Okay. So I need to focus on Gregor and Yisang for the time being. You have a level 50 card, I think. No, it's not a 50, it's a 60. I don't want to use it until I'll be able to upgrade them totally. Do you still got the update item? Yeah, I think so, yeah. The update modules? I think. I don't remember.
내일도 좋은 컨디션으로 임하시려.
Uptime modules. These are modules, right? Yeah, I do have 3 of these. Yeah. By the way, I had another temple. I had forgotten to use that. I was using the single ones. Furioso Replica 40% buffed by LCB Rodia's Gambler passive and Leo Gergor's passive. Okay. Use it on Yisang Trust. But I don't think I have enough shards for Yisang. Can just use those, worth your time. Use uptime module on Yisang. Okay, if you guys insist. First I have to actually upgrade him properly, right? Wait a minute, what is this? Oh, it's the exchange. That's right. Okay, time to... Well, I guess time to update him properly first. And then... Well, too late. Oh, shit. He messed up. That's okay. I will still find more. GG's. What does the uptime module does? Well, feel like explaining to me what the item does before actually telling me to use it. I thought the module is needed in order to exceed level 4. Apta is level 4 for free. Oh, so all the way to level 4. Not Apta is from 3 to 4. Motherfucker. Spell it out to me next time, guys. You know I'm a fucking moron. You use the uptime module to go straight to rank 4 uptime. You use it in the inventory. Well, mistakes were made. Made an action so ass even Ahab gave over fall to him. I know. I know. Skip story. Okay. I will skip story. First it has to load into the story. It's spoiler as fuck. Okay. Remind me to actually go back to that. Shush. We don't need your story. Next time the cham, save it for Bad and Ryoshu. I guess. So wait a minute. The actual update is only with the shards and these, right? With the threads and the shards. Well, I wish I knew that. I wish I had realized what the ticket does.
내일도 좋은 컨디션으로
Wait.
임하시려면
Does it say it? So when you use it, Raze and I did this after I level up to tier 4. Fuck. Who have I not done? I think I have done all of them, haven't I? I'm pretty sure there was one character which I probably didn't update all the way to level 3. What am I saying? I most definitely did all of them. Yeah. Well deserved. I fucked myself over really good. Gregor. Gregor? The new Gregor. Oh yeah! The new Gregor! That's right! We have new Gregor! Okay, there we have it.
내일도 좋은
That's right, we have new Gregor! I had forgotten that we have new Gregor. Okay. So we're cool. We are cool. No, we're cool. Where's Gregor? There he is. There we go. Yes. Yeah, go for it. Gold is memory for real. Yep. Is this spoiler? It's pretty useless if you use it in an update 3. I know. I can understand that. Also skip. Yeah, man. But the update stories, man. Remind me for both, okay? Remind me when the day comes. It's gonna be from in 3 months from now or some shit, but still. Very spoilers. I understand. Well, we still have plenty of identities to use this anyway, so it's okay. Once this is over, okay, let's decided the day for today's reading. Okay, storybook voyage. Okay.
내일도 좋은
Well.
컨디션으로 임하시려면
The real question is, who do I level up? Perhaps I should focus on fulfilling, you know, the level up on. Yeah, there we go. Good, and now I can focus on someone else. Now that everyone on the main team is level 49, I need to probably focus on. We're gonna keep using La Manchala, because we have to upgrade. Actually, I probably have to upgrade La Manchala, because we're getting into that Canto soon enough. We're gonna upgrade Yitzhang after Gregor. I'm gonna farm more. Obviously, we really need to actually keep working our teams over here. Unfortunately, I have to put poor Roddy on the back burner. Go for it, Manchala calls. We still have an intervallo to go through, remember? Not to mention that we also have to finish Leviathan reading, so hey, everyone who came here, bros, sorry to say this, but hey, we're gonna have to face
내일도 좋은 컨디션으로
we're gonna have to
임하시려면
face the
일찍 자는
biggest
것이 좋습니다.
roadblock of them all, which is a wall of text, before we can actually get into the intervallo. Correction, 2 intervalos. 2 intervalos! Oh, motherfucker! Come on! Why? Well, back to my Canto. Paste the words, save the literacy. Yes, actually, yes. Don't worry, the second interval is more like a Canto 7 prologue. Okay. All intervalos from now on are very good. Oh no, I wasn't complaining about the intervalos themselves. I really like intervalos. I just complain about the fact that I don't have time for all of this content. So someone gets the aura farm. Yeah. Do your thing and you'll be fine. Thank you. Okay. As I thought, young G was right. Young G was right. Someone in a lab coat entered and broke the silence, and a soul made way for the scientist. It was a familiar face, the same person seen overseeing the experiment alongside Johnson and operating the machines in the footage Rikako showed me. Judging from his indifference, I suspect that Soul snuck that man in when he and Rikako had first infiltrated the place. That result is a first even for you, isn't it, Azea? Thompson takes a step back so the man he called Azea can speak freely. His eyes seemed to be locked on something far beyond his surroundings. It was as if he seemed Whoa, I suddenly saw a shift in the chat and I was like, what the hell? Good news, Collider, from 3rd anniversary, we're gonna get 4 tickets total, season 1, 2, 3, respectively, that you can choose an ID for each season, and a ticket that you can choose an ID up to season 6. Yeah, I know, I watched the trailer they put out in the beginning of the stream. That's really nice. I personally really need it. I do need more IDs. His eyes seemed to be locked on something far beyond his surroundings. It was as if he deemed that the incapacitated ring underlings or Rikako's body lying on the floor unworthy of his gaze. All about gazes in this intervallo, Canto. It appeared as though Azea was observing me through the glass wall all this time. The glass window is a technology that can superimpose worlds upon each other, albeit in a blurry state. Even though it's not as stable as the mirror, it's capable of superposing a larger number of worlds. His eyes carefully examined my body in detail, scanning through my limbs that have taken different forms, going from the right arm to the left, then my torso, left and right leg, tracing over like a slithering snake. And most of all, the curious stare of his emotionless eyes eventually met mine and stopped there. More precisely, he was seeing the eyes of many different garnets layered over them. Oh, I could see an exotic sparkle in his eyes. I'm amazed by that man's ability to bear it at all. Of course he can. He's a gem discovered by yours truly. Emotions flooding in from all manner of worlds must be fighting for control as we speak. Yet he is able to stand his ground without being swept away. His assessment of my current state was accurate. As he put it, my mind was being fractured into pieces, various pain-filled sounds echoing within. Pleased to look at my scars, pleased to see my suffering, raging, crying, screaming in resentment of my adversary, myself or the world as a whole. Different though they are in approach, all the instances of pain are equal in pitch. With each blink of an eye, I had to withstand moments that removed me from my own self to return here. Azea nods in marvel. Ah, so you have learned how to maintain the focus. I looked up at him. That's why you were able to keep your mind as your own, despite embracing so many pains, that not a trace of your original exterior remains. There still are foggy spots here and there, but those can be clarified with no problem, and then, once I do... Unable to contain his thrill, he gapes wide. Ultimately, it could become a singularity to surpass the mirror of my friend Yi Sang's creation. Oh! Sinner mentioned. All it took was carving the refraction rate slightly and the things it achieved. Refraction rate. I've heard that term before. In Lapis's footage, Jamsoon ordered researchers to raise it far past the normal amount, and that scientists did as he told, in spite of the concerns he raised. Consequently, the children shattered miserably. A higher refraction rate means you wield more of your heart to the glass window. But it allows for more panes of glass to stack. It can only be successful if you master the delicate act of perishing your heart without killing it, like you are doing right now. Meaning the kids who regressed into cocoon forms were faced with as many or perhaps thousands more worlds of their reflected selves as I did, and couldn't withstand it. Now tell me, little gem, how were you able to achieve it without any prior experience? I beg you, young friend, this has the potential to be greater than the mirror technology. My glass window can rise above all its competitors of the same nature. Let's just put aside rubbish like the water or the puddle. Such luck-dependent things aren't worthy of being considered scientific. Such passion. It really was worth risking ENVcorp's pursuit to bring you here, Azea. Jamsoon says, making satisfied eyes at Azea. And all of this disgusts me to the core. It's simple. So I decided to give them a piece of insight they seek so dearly, mastering the strength to get this choked voice out of my throat. I have. What did you say, Garnet? Did the red gaze hand something over to you? Jamsoon approaches the glass wall to hear me better. Observe me closely for any precious techniques Mr. Virgilius might have granted me. What did he expect? Of course I wouldn't possess anything impressive like that, though he gave me his gladius and coat. I'm no longer using either of them. Only, if I had to name the reason why I can bear the crashing weight of countless glass windows, I am going back with them. It's faith. Faith that I'll save Lapis and my friends and return to the office with Mr. Virgilius. It will keep me secure to the end of my rope. These kids will break free from their cocoons and come back to us. Lapis may be enduring immense pain somewhere here, but she won't let go of the thread of hope. A massive lance, handcrafted by Allah's workshop's maesters, falls into my right hand. In the world where I was a caller, I knew how to wield that workshop's weapons. Wow, you were a caller? Man, you need to step up your account. People will think you simp for Gregor and not Utis. What the fuck do you mean? I always... Gregor has nothing to do with that. Whatever. The black garnet. That's his color. After, the memory vividly imprinted upon each fiber of my muscle, shaped by my posture into the ideal javelin thrower's stance. I killed you. God damn. The guy went from zero to hero like it was nothing. Creating an explosive shockwave thrusting the eardrums, I outstretched my arm in Jamsun's direction. The lance clashes right in the middle of the glass wall. Jamsun's brows clenched in response. The wall began to crack around the workshop weapon. The workshop weapon fell to bits with a loud crackle. This is rather surprising. This glass can't be damaged with most weapons. I can see Jamsun's face between the falling shards. Mild surprise is all you would show. You have no idea how clear and unshakable this faith sustaining me is. You couldn't imagine what it's like when you've lived a life of greed. But my faith is fervent, aflame. With the lance now departed, a bat is in my hands. Its heat burns my palms red, sending a wave of shearing pain through the skin. But I soon realized that the scorching sensation came from the burn in my heart, not my hands. This mark was left when I lost what was precious to me, and it etched as I looked to the quietly flickering streetlight. Then a spark flown from the fiery anguish landed on me. Layers of sorrow gently pile up, adding weight to the heap. Though my mind had wavered, I was able to handle it. That weighty pile of sorrow turns into anger. Speak. My body was propelled to Jamsun's vicinity in an instant. Speak, damn you! She says, calmly. The flaming bat whistles towards Jamsun's head. The sounds of rushing wind and crackling fire follow after a short interval. Jamsun turns to the side to dodge, but I won't give him the room to breathe. That bat is swung left, right, and then in a circle before flying downward. Yet Jamsun evades it all with ease. Only a lingering trail of flame remains in the space. I can't allow him any quarter. If this weapon won't work, I firmly planted my left leg on the floor, lifting my right leg to swing at Jamsun. The master's outfit was a flexibility enchanting material weaved into it. Has a flexibility enhancing material weaved into it, which allows me to deliver a more powerful kick. It was wisdom I earned through Maestro's garden's window. Tell me how to bring them back to normal. The roundhouse kick caught him by surprise. His reaction wasn't fast enough to get out of its way. The tip of my foot grazed his side, causing her to stumble. Still, the cocoons. It didn't seem to have left a good impact. He slows and turns his eye to the squirming kids inside the machines again. I am overcome with unpleasant and appalling emotions. However, now is the time to suppress them. What are... I close my eyes and reach for the stillness and dark. Then I find the red line and grasp it. When I opened my eyes, the red sword was gripped in my right hand. The blade slashed at Jamsun's like a gale, leaving a crimson trace. I attacked with the intention to behead him, but he regained his balance quickly and deftly slipped away from the wall. But I won't miss him this time. Oh crap! Tell me you're actually gonna kill... Man, there's no way that guy, out of nowhere, from being such a fucking, rookie, actually is gonna kill a maestro. The sword's direction shifted in a quick twist and headed for Jamsun's left shoulder. The sturdiness and flexibility of the maestro's outfit meant a sudden slash like this was unlikely to cut through, but in the world where I was a director at an association, I never once failed to slay a target with whom I made contact. An arm lopped off with its shoulder tumbled to the floor. Will you open up after I take your other arm? I was surprised by the way I spoke. I never thought I was capable of saying things like this. Threats or intimidation were usually a job for experienced fixers like Rikako or Denver. However, once I gave a lashing from my own tongue, I could see that it was another part of the struggle to stay alive. It wasn't a boastful display of expertise or the symptom of a cold and uncaring heart. To tell you the truth, those cocoons are new to me too. Even though he had just lost an arm, Jumpsun's face still maintains an arrogant composure. It doesn't change that he's at a disadvantage. That much was clear. The tide of the battle should have turned in my favor with this. He has to be barely keeping himself up from the amount of blood he's losing. But Jumpsun's gleeful smile won't leave his face. My dear Garnet, I'm sorry to disappoint your desperation, but it's hard not to divert my attention to those curiosities. Ridiculous. Who else could have, at some point? Sia interrupted the conversation and began talking. It was in complete disregard of the fight that was taking place, or even the possibility that the sword I'm wielding or the other weapons in the scene might be pointed at him at any moment. He continues to talk as if such fears were redundant. At some point, crystalloid or ovoid transformations such as these began occurring on rare occasions after a failed test. Previously, all the failed subjects would do is shatter to pieces. What are you? It started happening around the second passing of the White Knights, presumably. What is intriguing is the natural occurrences of this phenomenon have also been reported, completely unrelated to our experiments. Couldn't understand. You didn't make them that way on purpose? We? For what? Oh, Garnet? Oh, Garnet. Nah, I need to get the tones right. Oh, Garnet, why would we ever partake in the worthless endeavor of encasing precious raw stones in those fleshy sacks? But then those cocoons, I've yet to hear of any cases where subjects went back to their pre-cocoon state. While there have been attempts to forcibly open the chrysalides, it's a Greek word, the results were rather abysmal. They seem to undergo a mutation of sorts once cocooned. What? Why are you so apathetic about it? Aren't you saying those kids have no way to go back to normal? Well, is what it is. You never know, the metamorphosis might yield even more valuable gems. You mean there really is no way to turn them back? Is that right? No, it can't be. Whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to turn them back! He said calmly. Oh shit. I embrace silence. In my hand is a revolver. Like a skilled hunter, I have complete mastery of this weapon I've never used before. Only in anime bullshit like this. I have complete mastery of this weapon I've never used before. Can you imagine actually someone saying this out loud? I have the power of God and anime on my side. I pulled the trigger without cocking the hammer to fire 6 shots. 2 of them managed to land on Jumpsun's upper body, but they failed to penetrate the clothing and bounce off as crumbled nuggets of lead. Man, shit. That guy is actually doing it. He's actually taking them solo. I pushed the cylinder outward to expel the spent casings. My other hand reached for my waist, only to notice that I have no reserve ammo. Oh shit. The gun, having outlived its usefulness, is tossed at Jumpsun. I see the lance I threw at the glass wall now stuck on the floor. There was no need to think about what to do. I thrust it deep in my enemy's direction. He dodged. No, I won't let him again. A huge hammer is placed in my hands, and it ruthlessly slams into the ground where Jumpsun would have moved. He stepped back. then the longsword should do it. A blade much taller than my height throws a large arc along the horizon, cutting across the hammer and lance lodged in the floor. But I still need more. Christ. There we go, yawning again. A Ranga dagger in my right hand and a last gauntlet in my left. I leap forward to see Jamsun's infuriating mug, still showing no signs of panic. I jab a plate of steel into it and strike forth an edge of wrought iron. But he evades them. He evades them all. The slimy crook won't let me hit him once. Why? I should have mastered these weapons, but it feels like my body can't replicate half of my knowledge. Well, obviously, you are not trained properly for this. Your actual body is not trained for this. You cannot just expect to actually take on tasks which your body has not actually learned properly how to do these. What? I can't stop here. I fling the dagger, aiming for his heart. Alas, it's blocked by Jomsun's weapon, well held with his one arm. I'll need something more effective, something other than the ones I dropped on the ground. Now I hold the heavy mace. I viciously swing it to drive Jomsun into a corner where he can't escape. He is cornered without a doubt, though I haven't managed to land a clean hit or make her visibly tense. That won't go on for long. Okay, the shotgun will do well against a corner target. Okay. True, I guess. Let me think. If my opponent is wearing a bulletproof vest, well, don't worry, I have just the right tool for the job. It's a cannon. I'm gonna blast them away. A cordon of black and white projectiles showered Jomsun's body. Pellets, slugs, occasional flashes and flames. After emptying the barrel, I tossed the shotgun away and summoned the greatsword, striking downward from head to toe. Silver casings roll around the floor along with the empty shells. They smell of gunpowder rising from the spent ammo blends with the dust from broken tiles and walls, filling the room with odor. My last weapon will be the Randall. It will be his death sentence. With this one final blow, I will end Jomsun's life. Alas. Oh. And then what? What's the point when it won't be Lapis back? Suddenly a mournful question rings in my mind. Lapis, she who was reduced to piano notes and shouted in the wind. The woman who will no longer turn up even if I wait day and night. The woman who is gone, in every sense, leaving not a gentle breeze as she passed. The rest of my life will be shrouded in horrible darkness. Nothing will console me. In my world, gone forever pitch black, sorrow will be the one thing staring straight into my eyes, staring straight into me. So it will all be the same, even if I break this string of wrath before my eyes. Nothing will change for me, even if I brandish my sword for a better tomorrow. For you are trapped in the past, unable to join me in the present. No matter how far I go, all that awaits will be graves. The Randall didn't come, and at last, as those shells are being taken off, I'm returned to the man I originally was. The ground around me wavers with the heat leaving my body. While I kept pulling out weapons to attack with, the burden on my heart grew, and eventually the reflections fell off layer after layer. Oh, done already? Seeing me stop dead in my tracks, Jomsun raises his weapon with one arm. All that onslaught was for naught. I was helpless against his assault, having lost the strength to fight back. Shit. Wow. I like how they make a written fight really well. It's really hard to get fights right in a book. Indeed. What I need is that brain of yours. I promise to show you even more worlds through reflections. I hope you don't mind, my garnets. I thought I could get back to my feet, but it was no use. My legs were sprawled on this other side of the room, broken and tattered. The lids of laboratory pods open one by one, letting out streaks. I drag myself along the floor with my hands to take a closer look. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What emerged from the cocoons were neither butterflies nor friends. There were things doing nothing other than screaming, crawling. One after another, things unknown to me were escaping the machines. Everything crashed to an end. Those beings crying in an unrecognizable language had not an ounce of possible humanity left in them. I get the feeling that I've been through this before. At least a darkly stained garnet behind one of the windows has. The inability to do anything, and endless despair. Overwhelmed by that emotion, I retreated inward. I was subject to constant pressure. The weight of cumulus glass panes finally sinks in. Curses screamed by myself from numerous worlds pressed down on me all at once. Bent, shrunk, and warped was my mind, having nowhere to fall back. I want to regress back into the void where I would feel nothing. I'm reminded of that rainy day. Feelings rise up against my will like dead fish floating to the surface belly up. Of course, that unwillingness itself had long diminished. Creepy and foul music enveloped the city passes my eardrums and drops off into my heart with such force that it could erode the realization. The suffocating emotions I felt that day constantly estranged me. My friends hid into cocoons. I want to hide as they did, but then they crawl out. What emerged were indescribable beings. Friends. Sorry everyone, I was too late. Let's stop here, I think it's enough. No, Garnet, this can't be. How can this be? Sounds come from outside, grow faint. I slowly close my eyes, hoping they won't open again. Oh, must you of all gems go inside the cocoon? No. Wow. He will turn into cocoon crap. I hope no one comes looking for me. This will be a comfort I won't give up. Isaiah, explain to me, just what is this cocoon and why does it have to ruin our experiments? It was so simple after all. It was as simple as abandoning myself. There was nothing more to it than closing my eyes and leaving my body for 100 scenes to feast on. Like that, I curled up in a tiny little world, and inside I faced the fires of guilt, extending an arm to shake my hand. God damn. What am I? Where is Virgilius? God damn it! And that was the end of the, the update from. Oh, this is the unofficial fan translation right here. Okay. This is the official web novel, okay, and this is the unofficial fan translation. I see. Oh my god! Okay, that's not bad. That's not half bad. That's not too bad. I guess. Wait a minute. We were chapter 15, right? Yeah. I'm probably. Yes. We were chapter 15. Okay. Virgilius is busy being a fraud like in Canto 1 to 5. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I will not take such slander. Okay, we do need to zoom in a bit. There we go. Finding my way out of the corridor overflow with countless doors was quite the arduous task. Once you play Library of Ruina and see the characters Garnet the character's Garnet transformed into your flip. You get to meet him in the library? Oh, fuck. Oh no. I didn't thought much of Garnet when he first was introduced, and here I come to find out that the guy actually... No, the original characters. Ah. Hence why I said references. I see. Oh man. Shit. Finding my way out of the corridor overflowing with countless doors was quite the arduous task. Here it is. Walking out the door which opened soundlessly, I faced a nondescript hallway again. I wondered if Garnet had successfully found the laboratory and joined with the others. It probably was easy since he was always brilliant at locating things. And also Rikako and Naso were carrying out the operation without any problems until just before entering the corridor. So if things went as expected, they should have secured the desired technologies by now, or even rescued the children, which Garnet had been hoping for so badly. However, for some time now, a mysterious shadow has been hovering over my back. An insight that cannot be accurately explained, or a sixth sense. I am all about sixth sense. It would be no exaggeration to say this prognostication has been the leading actor that guides me through my life as a fixer. Oh wait, we're hearing the thoughts of Virgilius now? Okay, I have to make sure that I'm gonna speak as him. The shadow that hung over me since I saw Lapis's image seemed to have become even heavier. At the office I determined that the shadow was probably Garnet's, even if I could not determine with certainty what or whose light had created the shadow. I could at least guess. Although the majority disagreed, it was ultimately for this reason that I took Garnet on this mission. If one were to think rationally, leaving Garnet at the office would have been more apt, wouldn't it? When against the ring, even more so. Garnet's experience is too lacking for him to fight even a lesser opponent head-on. That said, he is unskilled in hiding his emotions and deceiving his opponents. In fact, the opponent may even seize the opportunity to win by taking advantage of his emotions. Nevertheless, I've never been comfortable ignoring the sensation that wraps itself around me from the nape of my neck. It was as if something was on my shoulder pointing out that I should go this way, an abominable but irresistible pressure. I call it flow. As I continued to live as a fixer, the pressure became stronger and cleaner. Perhaps my accumulated experience overflows instinctively at times like this. I let Garnet ride on this flow, and now he cruised on the bustling stream, at least until a while ago. Home out. But this unwanted shadow that presses on my shoulders now has become a different flow. It is an unpleasant presence, with a bloody taste and smell. I quicken my pace. The identity of this shadow is not far away. I know where it's pointing towards. As expected, there was no use in trying to hide from you. You... fuckface. Footsteps are heard in the hallway ahead. They aren't the footsteps of either Garnet, Rikako, or so. Their owner is much taller than them. The footsteps try to somehow hide their anxiety, but they are not the sounds made by those shoes worn by the ring, a third party of unknown affiliation. However, his voice and bloody smell were very familiar. If we have seen each other 3 times, we must be old acquaintances now. It seems we have quite a connection. I believe he was Gubo from Mancorp. This was the person I saw at the gallery and at the auction house. Is he the new Flo? I need to investigate the sensation of mine more to see how it led me this way. I need to make it more smoother.
Your coat is covered in blood, no?
You're correct. In order to come here, You killed them all. The auctioneer, the people in the hallway. Goober raised his eyebrows lightly and smiled peacefully. I thought I'd lower your guard by pretending to be injured, but it seems that it didn't work. I had a feeling some people were accompanying you. His smiling mouth was slanted, thin and long. Well, in a battle there are always losses. I was just lucky and didn't suffer any. He doesn't really look like it. His gloves are clean without a trace of battle, and his coat is stained with blood but does not appear to be torn or ripped in any way. He must be standing here in exchange for the lives of those who accompanied him. They fought while he hit himself. There was no other way to get in here. I didn't want to break any of the rules of the auction, but you put me in a tight spot. Oh, wait a minute. Who's speaking right now? He spoke. He spoke in a very resentful tone. He seems to be referring to the last art piece, if you can call it that, for which we won the bidding and received Jomsun's invitation. Just for that, he had offered 10 billion on for it as if it were nothing. No one at the auction house was surprised to hear that amount, but perhaps he was planning to forge a connection with Jomsun through that huge deal. In addition, one can conclude that there was a fairly pressing reason for him to make a breakthrough with Jomsun, seeing as he was offering such a sum of money. Oh, wait a minute. It's not Virginius, it's him. Oh, I don't want to blame you, don't misunderstand. The fact that he didn't raise an eyebrow despite raising a sum of money great enough to upset all those who enjoy an upper-class lifestyle. The fact that he could smile unconcernedly despite having killed all the 20+ people in the auction house. The emotional turmoil of fighting against the ring, including some dozens, couldn't have been small at all. Even so, he is able to keep his composed expression and even joke about it. But a feeling of insecurity, obsession and yearning can be seen reflected through it. He is a person willing to pay any price for the sake of his goal. He is constantly calculating ways to reach it, even if it means deferring that consequent emotions and conduct. Man, the yawning is going crazy on me right now. So this is how this flow goes, huh? I suppose you sold yourself because you want something. Tell me, what was your original goal was? It would be wise to tell the truth. His glasses momentarily glint in the light. His expression shows if I finally go through to him. Do you think I would have a reason to lie? The bloodstains hardened on his glasses make it appear as if their blood red color is dwelling in his eyes. They stolen a valuable asset. We just came to look for it, to ask for it back. He seems nonchalant, as if he has some to retrieve a tool to. He seems nonchalant, as if he has come to retrieve a tool he loaned. But I also sense a smoldering heat deep within. It doesn't seem to be a material asset. The image of the laboratory from the video tape flashed through my mind. What is that asset? What is that asset? I guess there is no good reason to dare hide from the red gaze. It's a researcher called Azea. It takes an extraordinary amount of gusto to steal a scientist who reports directly to a director, you know. It didn't seem like he was lying. He must have known exactly what would happen when a lie is exposed before me, and he must have calculated it would be to his advantage to tell the truth. Wait a minute. What kind of secret ability does Virgilius have when someone lies to him? Maybe play a bit after this chapter and finish this another day. Yeah, I was thinking that this should be actually the final one for today. We have like what, maybe 3 more chapters to go. That will take about like what, maybe 2 more hours. So might as well just, finish this, once we're done with this. I too calculated the value of my next question. Which director of Vencore? If he was a target of little value, killing him here and now wouldn't have been a problem, but an intriguing word came forth. The board of directors of ENVcorp. Various personalities come to mind, but I'm not sure they strut around this much. Director Herman, perhaps? Okay, maybe that's something that, you know, Virgilio said. Director Herman, perhaps? I'm surprised. It seems I shouldn't open my mouth so carelessly. If the ring are those who believe only in what they see, the ENVcorp is a company obsessed with being seen. Is it any wonder then that their pursuits overlap with those of the ring? If Herman instructed this man to come in and retrieve the researcher, there is a high probability that he is involved with that lab. Barnett is going to love this. Are you trying to add a new feature to the suicide vending machine? Kubo's eyes narrow. Oh, wait a minute. Blow. Who said this? I have a difficulty actually realizing who's speaking. Are you trying to add a new feature to the suicide vending machine? Gubo's eyes narrow. It's difficult for me to say more. It seems you'd know that anyway. No matter how hard I tried to conceal it, it couldn't hide a momentary feeling of mine, that being relief. The suicide vending machine, one of the leading symbols of ENVcorp, has received countless condemnations and amazements from other nests, but at the same time, it's an open fact that it is the main source of income and culture of ENVcorp. It's impossible to estimate how many people move from their nest to ENVcorp to use the suicide vending machines. It is still considered to be a unique structure only for ENVcorp. A vending machine that lets you commit? Shit, man. Shit, I wish my district... Can you imagine? I wish my district had that. Such a casual read of something like a suicide vending machine. I mean, I don't mind it. I'm reading a book here. It is what it is. Why a machine like that, though? Why the fuck? I feel like killing myself today. I'll just go to the nearest vending machine for it. ENVcorp has a thing called canned experience. Yeah, I think I had heard that before. Thank you for reminding me, though. I don't remember it. But I'm sure that I have heard it before. They literally extract human experiences. I see. Excellent. Okay, I can pretend to know or not to know what his ulterior motives are. But either way, this must be quite a difficult subject. I have revealed... Who's speaking again? There we go. This is the guy. I have revealed all that I can reveal about this. We have different reasons, but our destination is the same. So why not accompany each other? Although the subject matter was a proposal, it was practically a plea. He knew very well that if I didn't accompany him, there would be nothing waiting for him but death. I stared him down, uncaring. You are thinking about how to use me, aren't you? He read my expression and properly spoke up. This man is skilled in savvy thinking. He reads the situation and reacts swiftly based on the pieces he has on the table. Therefore, I decided to wait a little longer until he shows me the last move he has. In that case, let me make another offer. I nodded, allowing him to continue. Isn't the purpose of your coming here, after all, also due to this glass technology being developed by the Ring? Because it seems that rumors are already circulating that a new singularity will be observed by the Ring. I replied neither in the affirmative nor in the negative. I did so to make him believe he got it right. That technology is called glass? Correct. If all goes well, maybe Isaiah and I can give you some of the materials that are produced by the apparatus. Now, isn't this enough to close our agreement? Our settlement? Can't read. Again, I think back to my memory of the videotape. With the cooperation of Isaiah, who seemed to be overseeing the experiment, the necessary materials could be easily secured. That was the initial goal of our office. In addition, we could even account for the safe removal of the children from the experimental equipment. That will make ends meet. Alright. Shall I accompany you? Wait a minute. That's Virgilius again. Alright. Shall I accompany you? Very good. I can assure you for the material's value. Just give me everything and then destroy all that is left. Make it seem as if nothing ever existed there in the first place. For the first time, his face grew dark. I wonder if he would make a face like that once the math stopped adding up. Isn't that demand outrageous? What are we supposed to take back? Wasn't your corpse's goal only to secure Isaiah in the first place? The collateral seems to be what you desire. For someone who speaks so confidently, you seem to be empty-handed, don't you? Who strike him? Oh, he tried to strike at Virgilius. He was very quick and deft with his hands, arming himself and closing the distance between us. A karambit, a weapon suitable for cutting, clawing, and ripped. Furthermore, if you put your finger in the loop on the end of the handle and grip it, you can prevent yourself from mistakenly letting go of the weapon. Oh, nice. That's nice. They literally paid to felt the experience of an offing. Yeah, I see. Imagine Can's experience must be something like a brain dance from Cyberpunk. Yeah, makes sense. Google legit thought he could jump Virgilius. The guy was actually kinda brave for that. You have to give it to him. But in all honesty, since he is actually going for battle, might as well put the battle theme. Why not? Even though he's not really a boss fight, but however, that would only happen if you can reach the enemy. As expected, Gubo's combat experience was not extensive enough to feign proficiency. Garnet wouldn't have fought like this, thrusting his weapon forward before even being near his opponent. God damn! Oh man, I didn't know that this asshole was actually grabbed by the throat by Virgilius. Fuck yeah! Man, that is such me pose actually. I love characters who actually grab someone by the throat. The arm thrust out skillfully was not different from an ingredient prepared for easy cooking, and the joint broken as naturally as flowing water eventually dropped its weapon to the floor. His pupils narrowed as if he hadn't calculated this scenario. Or perhaps he was gasping in pain. So too did his throat, as the space of breathing narrowed and became obstructed. It seems you may have been slightly mistaken in your calculations. I told Gubo as he looked back at me. His neck this actually, I wish this was actually in the game as a loading screen. He looked back at me, his neck strangled by my right hand, tangling in midair. The value of your suggestion is worth this much. I squeezed his throat a little tighter until it blocked the grunts he was barely able to spit out. Oh, wait, this is still actually Virgilius talking. The value of your suggestion is worth this much. Only enough for me to not put any more force. After a moment, I relaxed my hand and he falls to the ground, coughing violently. You reckon it's cruel to the point of being tight-fisted, isn't it? It's a privilege of being a caller. Only joking. Man, what a sleazy fuck. Now then, you don't even know where the location of the laboratory is, and I'm quite sure the price of my guidance will be substantial. Oh, wait, it's that guy again. Now then, you don't even know where the location of the laboratory is, and I'm quite sure the price of my guidance will be substantial. Gubo, who was stroking his neck and straightening his wrinkled collar, stared at me. You already knew? Yeah, so just follow me quietly. It would only be polite for those defeated in calculations to surrender. I'll do as you please. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Wait, again, all of this is reversed. You already knew? Yeah, so you follow me quietly. It would only be polite for those defeating calculations to surrender. I'll do as you please. Only my and Kubo's footsteps echo in the corridor. I fucking hate Corp. I know. Why does Google think he's trying to fight Virgilius? Because he thought himself to be hot shit, I guess. And at this point, I actually come to realize that he wouldn't even be able to defeat Yi Sang, actually. If you think about it. Only my and Gubo's footsteps echo in the corridor. There was no sign of anyone. Gubo tried to talk to me, perhaps not liking the atmosphere. Incidentally, did you let your colleague go to the lab first? That being the kid whose eyes went like saucers when I stated my account? Yeah. He ought to be together with my office's family. Family, huh? That sounds good. It's also a word that doesn't fit you terribly well. Okay? I was bothered by the fact that he was acting like a know-it-all, even though we had only just met, but I couldn't deny it. Family was not a word I typically used. Garnet or Yen, and occasionally Denver, would use it in passing. Rikako said it was strange and showed some signs of displeasure, but soon got used to it, and Nonso would laugh quietly as usual. So, sitting around the table and eating together every day, isn't that what family is all about? I recall Garnet murmuring to a disapproving Rikako as he puffed up. Things that I had casually passed by at the time began to sting and cling to me like a prick in my throat. Sometimes I suddenly remember things like this when I'm alone amidst the silence. Maybe I haven't yet been able to expel my emotions. Oh, I see. We've arrived. Literally a big picture of Virgilius opening just a door. We stopped in front of a door, eyes, sculptures, and glass. I repeated in my mind the mental cipher Lan gave me. Then I pulled the candle, opening the door lightly. I see a hallway to the laboratory, and beyond it I see people lying on the ground, having breathed their last. They were of the ring. I felt relief for some reason. There could be no more certain proof that Garnet had found and entered the lab safely. I'm surprised to learn that the kid had more basic skills than I expected. At first I wondered why would you bring here a naive little boy. Yeah, that was not Virgilius speaking. Gubo pretended as he was in marvel. I did not respond. There was no need to express my feelings. Indeed, I might have been in a hurry, and I also dimly realized that I get quite emotional when something involves Garnet. Maybe he realized it by it, he pretended not to know. I had no idea how loose I might have gotten, given that I didn't hide the proud look on my face. However, I heard no sound where there should have been one. I'm sure I should be able to hear Garnet in her soul, or Rikako's voices here. Can you hear the crying? It's like... Soon Gubo's words stopped. Why did my flow always point to the wrong place? Why did this shadow go towards the ruins instead of the peaceful valley beyond the mountains? But it was always in ruination, where success was buried. Did I not move along with the shadow sitting on my shoulder, knowing it was towards ruin? Perhaps I thought it might have been different this time. That Garnet's shadow would never become this dark. Is that the family you mentioned? Wow. Wow. Virgilius is really a middle-aged dad. I don't know, Yi Sang is even weaker, he's built like a wet noodle. Well, technically speaking, he's more of a fighter than that guy, so from, he may not be a built fighter, indeed, he may not be like physically strong, but he has far more knowledge in combat than this guy. Cries are bubbling up in the laboratory. Abysses were crawling across the floor that could only be found, god damn, in the outskirts and the ruins. It would be better to give up mentioning them any further. In the center of it all, there was a red jewel shining alone. Where have I seen this color before? The color that covers the sky when the sun sets over the mountains in the west. No, the color of a bruise on a shredded chest. No, it's the color of a fruit that repent until it finally burst. Ripened until it finally burst open. There lay Garnet, I knew it without gazing at it, without peering into it. That garnet was in that gemstone of a color exceedingly similar to that of my name. I wonder if the unfathomable gravity pressing down on you was too much for you to handle. The faces of the children waiting for their presents at the orphanage suddenly came to mind. At some point, my flow stagnated. There was definitely a slow flow caught in my gaze. If I had let that flow carrying me along, I am sure I could have turned the city itself upside down. Wow. But I deliberately ignored that flow. Instead, I tried to accompany the dim flow that hung in my shoulders and back. Because that flow was my flow, and I would have been able to control it. And because that slow but brightly colored flow and I were so different in nature, perhaps when I led that shadow towards the bright, it would be filled with light. That's what I thought. However, shadows are only black, and they can never shine white by any means. After all, shadows are created by blocking out light. Thus, this time too I arrived at the ruin, the corner of hell, and for the first time I realized that the shadow on my back was pointing in the direction of a sluggish flow, that if I went any further in the direction of this flow, I would never be able to return. I should stop. This is not a job of saving the children of Garnet's for Garnet's sake. I can't choose a flow any longer. I can see only myself getting swept away in them. Because of this life I've grown so accustomed to, because I cannot even ever break. I just can't. I can only watch the wailing reflected in front of me. Amidst the wailing, I can sometimes see it crumbling. Family struggle. Wow. That was 16. 4 more chapters. Just 4 more chapters. Man. It's really good. It's really good. It still leaves you wanting to, feeling the desire to, it still leaves you with the desire to have the proper comic instead of just, walls of text. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. This song is not getting out of the suburbs. Do the novel format still sucks? For me, yes. It's really good, but yeah, the comic was far better, indeed. Anyway, I guess we have to actually play the game a bit. Let's play for an hour more. I guess I can handle that. Wait, we had the reset of the... We had the reset, huh? No, we didn't have the reset. Well, technically speaking, we should have had a reset, but the game didn't give me a reset. That's okay. Did I read the third Walpurgis Night? I cannot remember. Yes, I did. It was with a fairy tale. Okay. Time killing time. Wait. Was there anything more I forgot? I'm not sure if I forgot anything. Time killing time, Rodia development incoming. Excellent. Watch the trailer? What trailer? Every trailer there was, I watched it. We already have. Yeah, exactly. It was in the beginning of the stream. Well, D-Corp time, baby. I guess. Scandal in time. Scandal, you say? Oh my god! We're in London! I miss it then. Well, you can watch the VOD later. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flips through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. The British, exactly. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means. Wait a minute. What? Oh no. Is it about fixers again? And... after the heartbreaking, this is actually... well, yeah. It is actually a really nice, start of a new story. Let's see, we'll continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. We love Don Quixote, yes. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it?
관리자 나리, 우리 램버스 컴퍼니 같이 도시적으로 성장하고 있는 회사는 세상만사 정보에 대해 끊임없이 관심을 기울여야 하오.
Why do you have to speak like you're a detective at the 1950s or some shit? Such as what must always pay close to the ever-changing world around us, okay?
여기 메르서군과 이 돈키호테처럼 매일 아침 신문을 읽으면서 도시에는 어떤 일이 일어나는지 관심을 좀 가지면서
아이가 장단 좀 맞춰줘. 아 왜 그 메르소 씨가 아침마다 신문 읽는 루틴 있잖아.
Ah, I like the novel. I don't think either were better than the other. I prefer the comic because it's easier to read, personally for me. The novels are not really... it's not really something I can handle. Limbuscompany, yeah. The art of the comic was very good, but the novel descriptions were also very good for me. I enjoy both. I know, but for me to read it on stream is not really as... it's not as effective, you know. The comic was... seeing through the comic and reading the bubbles was actually far faster, far simpler, far more enjoyable, I would say, to watch. Reading a novel on stream is actually a little bit meh, in my personal opinion. But then again, that depends on you guys. Aha, the newspaper routine, where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure 4-leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper.
그게 꽤 멋있어 보였던 모양이야. 뭐 이번엔 한 일주일 정도 가려나?
She'll be back in her usual self in a week or so. I think it's nice. A bunch of streamers also read the novel before and they were nice too. Okay, okay.
본인의 말 듣고 계시는가?
Yep, totally. So what's new? What did an article mention? Us or something?
아니, 어떻게 하셨어?
Wait, really?
자, 여기 3면을 보시게나. 1면을 뺏긴 곳은 조금 아쉬우나.
Why were we not in the front page? She's right.
에? 3면? 우리가 그 정도야?
Wow. Don Quixote and Rodia, the two sinners guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion.
자, T사 사건에서 일어났던 미스터리 실종 사건 극적으로 해결. 범인은 에드가 가문이었던 것으로 밝혀져 세간에 크나큰 충격을.
Brother, I know. Brother, I know. I know, brother. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What does it say? Actually, what was exactly the part? The perpetrators of this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Echo family, depending on the general public, okay? Mysterious disappearances, I see. The disappearances, yeah, it's right.
때마침 이 근처를 배회 중이던 자들의 자그만 도움과 T사 3등급 징수직 직원들의 활약으로 극적 해결.
근처를 배회 중이던 자들이란 우리를 말하는 것이오.
Wandering bystanders. We just wandered to the mansion, really. We didn't know.
무슨 들러리 취급을 하는군.
Yeah, I know this. I don't like that either. Man, this is the first... Man, oh my god. Oh my god, okay. I was having withdrawals up until now, but thank goodness I'm back. This is the first time I hear Utis in the past 2 weeks. God damn. Woo.
회사 이름도 안 나왔네요.
에이 뭐야. 심지어 시간 징수자들 이놈들은 코빼기도 안 비쳤잖아.
We were the only for the NTR anyways. What do you mean the NTR? What the fuck?
언론이란 되게 그런 것이다.
혹시 또 모르지 않소? 이 뉴스를 보고 우리를 인터뷰를 하러 올 수도.
I actually prefer comic over novel because seeing a bunch of word makes me easily tunnel vision and sleepy at the same time. Yeah, I feel you for that.
어딘지를 알아야 인터뷰를 하러 오든가 말든가 하죠.
I doubt anyone will pay us attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. And we were standing there for a good moment in a big group chattering about the article when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Let me guess. Labris, it's a crime to gather as a crowd in more than 5 people in the street in Britain. By the way, in case you think that is fucking ridiculous, that was nah, not since COVID times. Okay, thank goodness. In case you think that is actually ridiculous, back when Huda was a thing here in Greece, in case you do not know, somewhere around the what was it, 1970s, Greece went through, well, a change of management with a military regime, a fascist military regime, and it was generally actually a crime to gather up more than 3 people in the streets. Yeah. You see, the more unstable the state, the more unstable the country, the more ridiculous its laws. I think it's a philosophical quote. I cannot remember from who though.
림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원들이십니까?
당신들은
왜 저희가 왔는지는 이미 아실 것이라고 생각합니다.
와, 안 그래도 머리 빠지게 기다리고 있었다네. 자, 뭐부터 시작하면 되겠는가? 뭐야? 진짜로 인터뷰하러 온 거야?
No way, Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing.
인터뷰에 대해서는 제 쪽에서도 전달받지 못한 부분입니다만.
나 참, 베르는 이럴 때 또 어디 간 거야? 지난번에 히스가 쓰고 남은 헤어무스가 어디 있었더라?
Why do you need me here? And second, Drew, where have I been? It seems like I have disappeared a little bit.
자자, 시작하시게나.
자, 그럼 세금은 분할
본인이
납입하십니까?
전부 다 했다고는 볼 수 없지.
Excuse me, what? Verily, I shan't rightly take all the credit for what we have accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Wait a minute, we're not citizens of this citizens of this place. Why do we have to pay taxes? We're just visitors. We're here for tourism. That's not fair. What the fuck?
예?
Yeah. Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here.
저희는 T사 시간 징수청의 징수자로서 당신들이 체납한 시간세를 받으러 왔습니다.
역시 저자들은 결코 좋은 일에 나타나는 법이 없구려.
Okay then.
시간세? 그럴 리가.
Time to pay time tax, Collider. What does time tax means actually? What do they tax? My time left to live or some shit?
저희는 이미 T사 동지 입국 심사를 할 때 시간세를 납부했어요. 베르길리우스 씨가 분명 그렇게.
A few days ago, aboard Mephistopheles.
그런데 정말 괜찮은 거예요? 여기서 시계를 가지지 않은 채 돌아다녀도. 왜냐하면 T사의 모든 사람들은
시계를 소유하고 있어야 하는 것이 원칙이지. 잘 알고 있다. 하지만 어디에나 융통성 있는 대책은 항상 존재하는 법이다. 그 팜플렛엔 나와 있진 않았겠지만 단기 체류를 원하는 외부인의 경우 시계를 소유하는 것 대신 그에 준하는 시간세를 사전에 지불하는 것으로 T사의 규칙에 면책받을 수 있다. 29에서 태어나지도 않은 자들이 시계를 발급받는 건 보통 까다로운 일이 아니지 않나. 따라서 우리는 출입하기 전 30일치를 적납했지.
30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering Tikor's borders, okay?
상당한 금액이었을 텐데.
Surprising to actually see Uti surprised. You don't get to see this face often. Woo!
시계 가지고 싶었는데 오티스 다리처럼.
I know, Kyoto. Her watch is cool. Her watch is actually really cool. Literally time. Oh shit! I'll be real. I thought that T-Corp agent was a dude until they mentioned C and her somewhere down the line. Yeah, no, I believed it was a C from the beginning. It didn't fool me for a dude.
내 시계는 멋으로 차고 있는 게 아니다.
What is it then?
전에 이야기했듯 회사에 금전적인 걱정은 없다.
Ut is actually getting.
이런 건 당연한 일에 해당하지.
Ut is actually, getting angry at Kyoto. You don't see that every day. I want to hear that again.
내 시계는 멋으로 차고 있는 게 아니다.
Probably has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. Okay.
이제야 좀 회사 같아진 느낌이네요.
Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay.
더군다나 30일이나 이곳에 머물지도 않았다고요.
Are they trying to scam us?
뭐 만약에 돈을 내야 하더라도 저놈들 가진 거 적당히 내다 팔면 어찌어찌 마련할 수 있을지도 모르고.
Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Honglu with his chin. Yeah, okay.
그걸로 해결이 된다면요.
There's no voice pack when the intervalo first release. Well, I'm glad that there is actually voice in the intervalos I play right now. You'll find out, okay?
아, 그러려나요? 가지고 나온 게 얼마 없긴 한데.
이거 밀린 시간수가 얼만데 그래?
What?
납부하셔야 할 시간세는 총 100억 4천만 원입니다.
It's a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam. That doesn't make any sense. How the fuck? For literally 2 weeks. Not even, we haven't even exceeded the 30 days. For literally 2 weeks, we owe 10 billion on. What?
내가 귀가 많이 안 좋아졌네. 나 100까지는 들었는데 그 이후에는 뭐라고 한 거야?
그 정도 액수라면 아예 저희 집을 한번 들러야 할 것 같은데요?
Wait, you can pay it? Hey, he's out. Man, that's a bro right there. He's offering to actually get us out of the difficult situation. And no, it's not a scam. You fucked up. How did I fucked up? Virgilius fucked up? Wait. No. You'll find out. Oh my god. It's good it's voiced now because you find out why I have hated this intervalo later. Okay. By the way, Collider, you can clear the hard mode levels of the intervalos for more lunacy. Yes, but do I have it unlocked? Birds didn't fuck. What do you mean? He said you fucked up, and I'm like, okay, you. Who am I? I'm Virgilius. So Virgilius fucked up?
안 내면 아니 못 내면 어떻게 되는 건가요?
그런 선택지는 존재하지 않습니다. 이자가 붙은 시간이나 금액 둘 중 하나로 납부하셔야 합니다.
With interest? Why interest?
아니 시간으로 납부한다는 게 도대체 무슨 소리야?
The other you. The other us? Manager? What did Dante do? As you can tell, I have dissociated myself completely with Dante by now. Not that he's not cool, but yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Level this difference, so yeah, need to clear Canto 7 for hard mode. Yeah, exactly. In order to get more lunacy, we need to do that. Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out what exactly they meant, though. You sang, Heathcliff. Know anything about this?
T사에 거취를 하고 있을 때 시간세를 내지 못한 적은 없었어.
Really now? Okay.
하여 내지 못하였을 때 일어나는 일에 대해서는 아는 바가 없어.
나도 저택에선 시간세같이 복잡한 문제에 얽혀본 적은 없었어. 뒷골목 생활할 땐 형님이 더 관리했고 뭐 못 내서 끌려간 사람들은 보긴 했어도.
Well then. With their not so helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander towards Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them, and that's when Uti suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. I love you, but wait, make sure you're gonna be safe, okay? Don't let them rough you up or some shit.
전혀 납득이 되지 않는군. 무슨 계산법으로 그런 얼토당토하는 액수가 나온 거지?
Actually, excellent question.
T사의 징세 계산은 언제나 합리적입니다.
Exceptionally reasonable, they say. We investigated ourselves and we found out that we did nothing wrong. What node is Collider on? I'm just on the first one.
무의미한 시간이 계속 지나가고 있군요. 변제 능력도 의지도 없는 걸로 간주해도 되겠습니까?
잠시만요.
분위기가 험악해지고 있잖아요.
바람직한 발언이 아닐 것 같소만.
Yeah. Oh, of course you can get a timeout. Draws gun and shoots him.
자, 지금 불만을 꿍얼거리는 놈들, 당장 주머니에 100억 안이 있는 놈들만 반론을 허가하겠다. 없다면 입 다물고 우리의 전진에 방해가 되는 자를 배제하는 게 맞겠지.
Wow. I mean, yeah.
재밌겠군. 100억 어치의 죽음이라. 100억 4천만 아닙니다.
Oh, thanks. We get to fight in the next one, don't we? Reach for the officer's gun. Now that's an idea. Okay then. Well, I should have used. Actually, you know what?
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
That sound was awesome. Wait, I had forgotten that this is the sound that they make.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다. 준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
I forgot this is the sound effect it makes when you pick this Utis. We could use T-Corp Utis if I was to level her up. I do have a lot of modules. Level index, Gisang. Oh no. I wanna use Utis. I get the feeling that, you know, I could do that. Index Gisang will play a role in the next one. I really want to see if you know what? Yeah, I really want that. I really want to upgrade that Utis. He's so good, trust me. It's not about being good. It's about choosing the correct identity for the correct occasion. You can do both. I don't think I have enough for both, unfortunately. Unfortunately. 1k damage on story mode. I don't care about that. The chapter is only about level 40. Okay, you know what? Yeah. But we're gonna have to use a lot. Okay, I could skip battle for everything, or I could just grind. Grinding is a little bit ass. Do we wanna really stay here for the next like half an hour for me to grind? I like skipping. I would like skipping too, but you see, the skipping part, it's only giving you basically... It says it gives you basically additional rewards 50% by using double the amount of encephaly modules. Which basically means in reality that if you were to actually properly grind, you actually get a 50% more normally. You are basically paying 200% for 100%, 150% rewards. Exactly. So skipping is actually bad. Skipping is actually bad. But the real time wasted isn't worth a 50% efficiency. True, but it is needed per se. Because I will not have enough in order to upgrade both of them properly. I'm not sure there is actually a way for me to actually properly grind with another identity, right? from the support, I mean. You can use excavation too, though. I know. You have 11 boxes. 11 boxes doesn't mean much. Like 11 boxes, what? I'm gonna grind a couple of more times, and it doesn't really help. 11 boxes is really not that much. I usually do like to have a reserve of at least 5 in case I wanna. I have 0, and because you're using them all the time. You're not hoarding them. You know what? Yeah, I have 200 modules and 0 boxes. Fair. You know what? Yeah, let's skip. Screw it.
고작 이 정도 승리에 기뻐할 생각이었다면 가주 심사엔 참가하지도 않았겠죠.
처리했으니 장부에서 한 줄 그어도 되겠군요.
정화는 끝났나?
만족스러운 얼굴은 아니고. 나도
좋아. 예상보다 시간을 더 소모했지만
I usually just convert all my modules. I convert all my box to modules straight away. I do that myself, actually. But that's the thing. That is the thing, you know?
와일드 헌트야, 더 앞으로!
내일도 좋은 컨디션으로 임하시려면 일찍 자두는 것이 좋습니다.
That is the thing. You know, you have to always join. You have to always get into the game, log in, and you know, and use all the enkephalin to make modules. Then come back when there is more. I do that every day myself, but I still don't have too much. Don't have too much. Well, let's begin with actually upgrading the Erutis, then finish up with upgrading Rhodia, and then whatever remains goes to Yisang. All the way to level 40, though. There we go. Look at that. We almost used it all. You have to have a very decent singing team. Did you see the Wild Hands victory quote changed? Yeah, I have noticed. You know what? Yeah, it's worth it. In my eyes, it's worth it. There. I feel proud about myself, yes. Fuck. And we used all of them. Okay, I promise you we're gonna use the Yisang from the supports. How about that? Okay. There we have it. Now we can go back to the game. Man, I mean, he's missing the singing count IDs to make a singing team viable. Currently, he barely have any count at all. Yeah.
바로 가지. 이 순간에도 시간이 새고 있다.
Okay, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 3.
오늘은 시간을 얼마나 뜯으려나?
4, why not? And 6, but in the support.
시작하지.
There we go. My friends over here have already blasted with him. There, okay? And we are all happy now. I love freezing my opponent's time for 2 turns to do the "you're already dead" reference. True.
징수 시간이다.
Time to kick ass. Okay, so how do you use Utis? I know how you use Rhodia, but how do you use Utis? Defense turn 2. Okay, so we can use both of them on defense. No, what the? Hey. There we go.
불길 속으로.
Voltage use block, get special effect, that's it, okay. When you have the skill 3 next. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Nice. Or, how did he got... Whoa, man, how did he got staggered? I didn't notice.
정당한 공무집행이다. 최대선.
Wow. This shoot is amazing. The expressions are awesome too. No, this no. Guys, I think we're getting our asses kicked.
정당한 공무집행이다. 내 뒤.
God damn.
정당한 공무집행이다. 합봉착. 합봉착.
이게 심장이
체납한 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
Yes, with this. By the way, you need to use the highlighted skills for Yisang for him to get buffed. Okay. Do you know Kamen Rider Kabuto? No, I don't. I do know what Kamen Rider is, but I don't know much about it. I just know the concept of it. You saw the ball check Otis do when she gets bored time. No, there were a lot of things happening on screen. What? Through scratches her balls. What? Balls cat? What the fuck do you mean? At Z-Corp, Eticorp staff in a different uniform approached the scene as both sides went on the defensive.
녀석들의 우두머리인가?
등급은 높으나 저자 또한 T사의 직원일 뿐. 그런 개념이 아니요. 그들과 계속 다투다가는 T사 전체와도 등을 질 수 있는.
전투를 즉각 중지해라. 협조하지 않으면 여기 전원을 T사의 적대 세력으로 간주하고 무력 진압을.
유쾌해지기 시작했군.
Next time, take a closer look at her at her at the end turn of using defense. Okay. The Eticorp ID is basically Kamen Rider Kabuto when they gain the borrow time buff. Okay.
이렇게 되면
It seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to
등장했다.
appear. Ooh. What's going on here? Dante. Literally Virgilius, actually. Picking up another mission, I see. Man, I really need to... Crap. I really need to ask my teacher to actually give me some guidance on how to make a Virgilius voice. Because I've still done... I have tried multiple times to actually match it correctly on myself. But I cannot... I don't really like it, how I do it. I need more work on it. Can't take his eyes off of us for a second. Yeah. Actually, that would be actually good. The fucking toddler. I can't take my gaze off of you for a second before you fuck up the operation again.
며칠 전까지만 해도 길잡이 씨와 훈훈했던 분위기를 가졌던 것 같았는데 벌써 엄청 오래전이 같네.
Yeah, I actually feel him.
그렇게 째려보지만 말고 우리 말 좀 들어봐. 억울해. 다짜고짜 100억 원을 내놓으라고 하잖아.
100억 4천만 아닙니다.
Fuck off.
그 말을 녹음해놨어. 계속 똑같은 말만.
Exactly. Man, peak voice acting. Man, the voice actor of Gregor sounding frustrated will never get old.
그 말은 녹음해놨어. 계속 똑같은 말만.
그러니까 우리에게 그만한 세금이 나올 리가 없잖아. 누구보다 선량하고 정의롭게 살았는데. 그러니까.
Virgilius listened quietly for a moment, as the sinners chattered on like they were part of a comedy skit. How? Why do I keep babysitting these little fucks? Knowing now about the cocoons coming out of the glass pods makes Virgilius' intervention even more reasonable. Yeah, true. Indeed.
그래, 너희 말대로 100억 원이라는 숫자는 이상한 액수이긴 하지.
10 billion and 40 million.
길거리 한복판에서 이런 의미 없는 전투를 하다간 뒷감당이 힘들어진다는 당연한 사실을 누군가는 깨달았어야 하지 않나 싶군.
Well, in all honesty, it was actually Utis the one who actually kind of became offensive about it. And then there was Ryoshu. I cannot get mad at Utis. I cannot say the same about Ryoshu, but because I do not want to, pick favorites, I will go ahead and say that, hey, T-Corp deserved it. But again, the sinners could have been a little bit more patient, wouldn't they? All the family talk on Leviathan made it peak when Heathcliff talked about not leaving family behind. True. Yes. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning towards the T-Corp employee.
유혈 사태를 일으키게 된 건 유감스럽게 되었습니다만 100억 원은 결코 납득이 될 수 없는 액수입니다.
Yeah.
당신들도 잘 알지 않습니까? 그렇게 어마어마한 징세가 길바닥에서 단순하게 진행될 수 있지는 않다는 걸. 이렇게 곧장 시간세를 거두러 오는 것이 아니라 자세한 경위에 대한 설명이 우선되어야 했다고 봅니다만.
확실히 이런 비정상적인 징세 보고가 올라온 건 드물지. 이쪽에서도 사태의 심각성을 인지하여 관할서에서 긴급 회의를 소집하는 중이다. 관할 징수소로 이동해서 원인과 해결책을 논의하는 편이 좋을 것 같군.
There we go. That's all it had to do. That's all it had to happen.
나를 계속 고용해라. 봉헌의 여러 협객 중 내가
Oh no, the rank
별나게
are
볼수 있겠지.
their rank are based on the top of their hat
하지만 그
size.
후엔 흑수들보다도 뛰어나다는 걸 알게 될 거다.
She didn't correct words with a 40 aunt somehow.
너와 나의 목적이 이루어질
Yeah, because she's
거다.
terrified of Virgilius now, isn't it? A case of the gallows. Gallows, she said. Okay. The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected.
약 일주일 전 어더링 하이츠 저택에서 사전에 허가받지 않은 광범위한 시간 노출 현상이 관측되었네요. 이로 인해 시간 누진세가 발생했고요.
No fucking way. Using the power to slow down time is actually what they perceived, and they taxed us so high. Of course, I anticipated that, but I was like, no way they can do that. Apparently they can. An unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. This chick, this employee right there, first of all, she looks goddamn awesome with that getup. Second, she looks so done with her life.
시간 누출 현상?
특정 공간의 시간이 느리게 흘러가게 되었다는 뜻이에요. 심지어 그 공간이 한동안 움직이기까지 했네요. 계책된 건 4시간 정도의 분량인데요.
It wasn't even a stat deceleration field. He moved all over the manor for a good while. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the fuck? How can they perceive that shit? Do they have radars? This fucking place looks like it came out of a World War II movie. What the fuck?
뭔 소리를 씨부리는 거야?
특정 공간이 느려졌다는 것은
Yeah.
저택 안에서 그자를 쫓아가기 위해 단테가 우리의 움직임을 날새게 만들었던 때를 이야기하는 것인가 보.
이해되지 않는군. 관리자님의 능력이 지속된 것은 제 30분이 넘지 않았다. 내 시간은 오류일 확률이 높다.
아니요. 그 저택에서 나오며 느꼈던 위화감의 원인을 생각한다면 오류가 아닐 가능성이 높겠어. 단테, 기억하시는가? 그때
Before he says what I think he will say, I want to actually state this. Imagine if you can actually slow down time in T-Corp. And yeah, in this case it was only half an hour of slow time, but because it was 4 times slower, no, 8 times slower, I think. Wait a minute. If we are to say 1 hour is 2 times in a half an hour, that means a half an hour for... It was 8 times slower, yes. It was 8 times slower for 4 hour, for a 4 hour in total. That means that once you get out of the field of slow time, is time actually catching up with you? Like, it's actually like you sensed that you were actually... You were sensing you were sensing half an hour, but then once you got out of the field, it was actually, you catch up to the reality that it was actually 4 hours in total, meaning that now you feel like the very moment you walk out of the domain, you could say, you feel hungry, you feel like you have to go to the toilet, you feel far more sleepier because it has actually been 4 hours, despite the fact that within the field it was only half an hour. Get what I mean? I'm not expressing it correctly. What? You know what? Whatever. Screw it. Can't even waste our time in T-Corp, bro. Yep. I was about to say that. Yeah, you see? So you do get me, you 53. it's like time literally catches up to you. So it has been 4 hours. It hasn't been half an hour. So suddenly you feel hungry the very moment you exit the domain. And you want to go to the bathroom and you want to go get some sleep. Suddenly your body actually has the drawbacks of actually having 4 hours pass. Even though you were not feeling that it was half hour. It wasn't 4 hours. You were not feeling that it was 4 hours, yeah. Imagine get blasted with overstimulation every single and every single body need at once as soon as you leave. Exactly. I think time doesn't catches up to you. I mean, fair, but it was an interesting theory that I had in my mind a few days ago.
메르소군, 매일 하고 있는 루틴에 뭔가 문제라도 있는가?
We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at William Heist Manor. He hadn't changed the remember yet. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence.
이상 현상을 발견했다. 저택에서 보낸 시간을 생각하면 조간 신문이 지급되었어야 하는데 이건 석간 신문이다.
We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This isn't consistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. So it did happen like that.
뭔가 실수가 있었던 건 아니겠는가?
YouTube is a ghost deleting my messages now too. Yeah, resend the message if it wasn't sent. I wonder what I did to anger the auto mode gods. Bro, it literally, it's a glitch in the system. For some reason it has happened to Midnight too, and Midnight literally never says something bad, never swears, never nothing. It's not you, it's not anyone really. If you do comment and it does not appear, it means that it's a glitch in the system. Send again. I don't know how to fix it. It just so happens. It's bullshit, I know. It is what it is. Unfortunately.
이 버스에서 지속적으로 신문을 지급받았지만 항상 지정된 시간에 조간, 석간을 지급받아왔다. 오류가 발생할 여지는 있겠지만 확률적으로 극히 드물다고 할 수 있다.
그러고 보니 색이 없어서 눈치를 못 챘었는데 저건 해가 떠오르는 게 아니라 노을이 지고 있는 거였네요?
그러나 시간상으론 분명 동이 틀 시점을 더...
알 것 같소.
그거는 TT4 프로토콜.
The what? Excuse me, I need to hear that again.
그거는 TT4 프로토콜.
The TT4 protocol? Okay. What's that?
시간 속도 동기화 장치 뭐 이런 식으로 불렀던 것 같은데.
I advise you to send the message closed chat and open it back and see if a message was sent or not. There is another way that Midnight had pointed out last time that if you see the message actually not popping up on the on the top left of the screen, that means that it was not sent. Usually doing that will resend the chat. I guess that is also a good way to do this if you want to reset. Imagine living without color when the person who is literal sailor confused the sun rising. True. Actually true, damn.
모두가 평등한 시간 속에서 여유를 즐길 수 있게 만들어드리는 럭셔리 솔루션? 그따위로 적혀있는 팜플렛을 봤었지.
What? A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together. What the fuck? Also, how did you call it?
모두가 평등한 시간 속에서 여유를 즐길 수 있게 만들어드리는 럭셔리 솔루션?
No, luxury solution. He actually said it correctly.
우와, 히스클리프 군답지 않게 유식한 단어가 너무 많아 뜻이 헷갈리네만.
These so complicated words are called English, Don Quixote. Yeah. Aren't you tired, man? After everything, aren't you tired?
TT4 프로토콜이 작동하는 장소에 있는 사람들의 시간이 모두 같은 속도로 흘러가게 하는 장치라는 뜻이요.
I just do that. Easier to see if it got sent or not myself, since your stream kit delay is a bit so need to wait. Yeah, a bit so need to wait. Yeah. I only think it's bullshit that all of this was never mentioned in Canto 6. True. There is also that. Yeah, they never talked about any of that.
그렇군.
I guess it was irrelevant up until now.
부유해 보였던 자가 우리와 같은 속도로 움직이고 말한다는 게 조금 이상하긴 했네.
그렇다면 저택 내에서 보낸 시간은 바깥보다 빠르게 흘렀다는 이야기가 된다. 속간 신문이 지금 지급된 상황은 이해가 되는군.
좋아. 호기심 해결도 끝났으니 이제 새로운 일거리를 해결하러 가는 데에 불만은 없겠지.
디텔링 추적에 대한 새로운 의뢰가 ACA로부터 도착했습니다. 자세한 건
Yeah, and then they went to chase it. I remember. So activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused.
이미 가속되던 시간을 더 만지작거린 꼴이 되니 자연히 바깥에서 보았을 때는 체감 그 이상의 시간이 노출된 것으로 느꼈을 터.
Excuse me, I want to read that out loud because I do not understand it. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. Okay.
잘 아시네요. 심지어 개인에 대한 시간도 아니고 공간제로 시간을 조작하셨어요.
I think you can still use Durante during the intervallo. It's quite funny. We should actually.
심지어 그 공간도 초단위로 계속 이동. 솔직히 이런 상황은 유례가 없었어요.
Yeah, it wasn't personal. It was within a field. It wasn't static. It was moving all around the manor. Yeah, now that you say it, actually sounds like the numbers do add up. She's British too. Yeah. More taxes. Yeah.
애초에 돈이 무지하게 많이 드니까 특별한 날에만 가동한다고 했던 것 같기도 해. 손님들이 많이 왔을 때나.
시간 누진세에 공간당 부가세를 곱하게 될 테니 당연히 이런 천문학적인 액수가 나올 수밖에 없겠죠.
아니 우리라고 이렇게 될 줄 알았나?
This is going to be really good after this pass, man.
아무튼 시간세를 납부하기 위해서는 두 가지 방법 중 하나를 선택하셔야 해요.
아니 무슨 방법 이러고 있냐 이씨. 100억 안에 어떻게 내냐고요?
첫 번째는 돈으로 납부하는 것, 두 번째는 시간으로 납부하는 것인데.
아까도 들었어 그건. 대체 시간으로 납부한다는 게 무슨 소린데?
그건
The employee who was about to answer our questions with a painful observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm.
알겠습니다. 연락이 왔습니다. 오늘 사건에 대한 긴급 회의 준비가 끝났어요. 림버스 컴퍼니 측에서는 2분 정도 입장하실 수 있습니다.
Wow. Ah.
걱정된다는 듯 뒷깎거릴 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 회의 같은 복잡한 처리는 제 일이니.
Why you... Actually, yeah, I'm glad that you're happy about it, but wait a minute. Does Virgilius, do I have a plan on how to actually persuade our situation out of this?
제가 이들과 회의를 하고 올 동안 수감자들을 잘 관리하고 계시면 될 뿐입니다. 아, 파우스트 씨, 당신은 동행.
Yeah.
또다시 소란이 벌어지면 류슈웨이에는 아무도 좋아하지 않을 법한 상황이 벌어질 테니
Yeah.
염두에 두시고.
Makes sense. He's intrigued. I want to hear that again. Oh shit.
가타부터 따져보기도 전에 가버렸네요.
우리의 운명이 걸려 있을지도 모르는 일에 우리를 내버려 두고?
저 별거 아닌 질문이긴 한데요. 메르소 씨는 왜 교수대 위에 올라가 계시고 있나요?
Oh, finally, this is what I was waiting for. God damn. A thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. You... Wait a minute, I have to say that as Virgilius. You ever had your insides become outsides, Dante? Would you like to, Dante? What? Assault! What are you doing up there? What does he have on his head?
올라가라 하여서 올라왔습니다.
From who?
누가 그랬는데?
내가 그랬어. 시간센 앞으로 도와주려고 했지.
Huh? I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting.
우와, 걸어다니는 시계라니. 이번 박람회에 제출하면 참가상까지 노려볼만 할지도 모르겠는데. 시계를 보니까 생각났는데 몇 년 전에 나침반 기능이 있는 시계가 출품된 걸 본 적 있어. 그건 참가상도 못 받았는데 왜인지 알아? 나침반에 사용하는 중에는 시간을 볼 수가 없었던 거야. 믿어줘? 방향을 찾거나 시간을 보거나 양자태기를 해야 했다고. 시계에 나침반을 붙이던 거랑 뭐가 다른 건지 참.
What the hell?
그러고 보니 이 사무실에서는 TT5 프로토콜이 시범적으로 작동되고 있으니까 혹시라도 하루 표준 시간에 해당 안 되는 사람들은 잠깐 혼란스러울 수도 있다는 거 인지해 주시고.
뭐라고요?
TT5를 처음 듣나 봐? TT5 프로토콜은 이름만 봐도 알 수 있겠지만 TT4 프로토콜보다 시간 효율이 높게 설계된 기술이야. 몇몇 T사 사무실에서만 특별히 체험해볼 수 있지. 후기를 남기고 싶으면 저 게시판에 자유롭게 써줘. 잠깐, 저 3점짜리는 누가 쓴 거지?
The man whom we presumed to be a T-Corp staff seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero internal input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway.
아무튼 슬슬 마음의 준비가 됐으면 가동해볼까?
Do you like reading Collider? As a matter of fact, I wanted to say that this guy alone took out of me what little energy I still had. I feel like I want to go to sleep now. Which probably this will mean that this is the last note I will do for tonight. The yapper, man, yep. I skipped this hard mode, I skimpled the hard mode story, so actually hearing this guy talking is an experience. Because there's a lot of this in this intervalo. Man, there's no way I can survive this. The wolves hunt the streamer. It's not that they hunt me, it's more like I actually want to go to sleep. Oh, man.
준비됐다.
Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like the rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around my soul's throat.
이게 시간세를 시간으로 납부하는 방법인가요? 교수대에 목을 매다는 게요?
정확한 명칭은 시간 저울 교수대야. 납부할 시간만큼 무게를 잰 다음에 시간을 뽑아내지. 원래 이름은 저게 아니었는데 발명품 이름이 58글자나 되는 건 좋지 않다고 그래서 바뀌었을걸?
It measures the exact amount time of you owe and sucks that time right out of you. What the fuck? And someone asking what will happen to my salt?
메르소 씨가 죽나요?
죽는다니. 이런 평화로운 기계에서 그럴 리가 없잖아. 다만
대체로 누군가가 다만이라고 말을 흐릴 땐 더 무섭고 큰 결과가 기다리고 있더구려.
Exactly.
사실 나도 잘 몰라. 아마 100억 안에 해당하는 시간만큼 납부하게 되지 않을까?
What do you mean? Will he become old?
정확하게 말하도록. 그 납부한 시간만큼 어떻게 되는 건가?
Exactly.
설마 메르소 씨를 100억 시간 후에 볼 수 있다던가?
그건 아니야. T사에는 하루 4시간 보장 제도라는 게 있거든. 알지? 아무리 최악의 상황에도 하루를 4시간으로는 살 수 있다는 거니까. T사 복지위원회라는 데가 그러는데 하루에 최소 4시간이면 사람이 목숨은 부지하면서 살 수 있대.
Wait a minute, even when worse comes to worse, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. 4 hour? This is why I have hated this intervalo, because of this dude's existence. Yeah, this without any voice actually just becomes pure ass. No.
이런 100억 4천만 원을 한 번에 뽑아내는 건 역시 어려웠나 봐. 여기 보여? 측정 불가라고 나오잖아. 이런 경우는 거의 없었는데.
잠깐, 당신 호기심에 당겼다는 소리예요?
에? 당연하지. 100억 안이나 연체된 사람은 처음 보는데 이런 기회를 놓칠 수는 없잖아. 시간 로또에 당첨되어도 세전으로 100억 안에 받을 수는 없는데 하물며 100억 안에 빚져버린다니. 박물관에 전시될 만한 구경거리라고. 그리고 지금까지 교수대에 자기 발로 올라오는 사람들은 많아봤자 기껏 150시간 정도 연체된 사람들이었거든? 그 이상 연체한 사람들은 올라가지 않으려고 도망치다가 괜히 시간만 더 지불했는데 100억 안을 연체한 사람이 이렇게 순순히 올라와 줄지도 몰랐지 뭐야.
What is wrong with this guy?
눈을 뜨시오 메르소군! 포기하지 마시게나!
Whoa, what the?
괜찮은 거였어?
괜찮다.
일단 메르소 씨, 얼른 그 교수대에서 내려오는 게 어때?
There they are. Doing something fucking stupid again. That was a fast meeting. Vine boom. Yep. The worst thing to hear from any professional. This has never happened before. Exactly. Actually, yeah. Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. We literally didn't do jack shit. We were literally just standing there. Why would Faust glare? As if she doesn't know she's part of the sinners. She knows what kind of a fucked up luck we all have. I don't even know anymore. Well, there's more story, which means that there is more talking from that guy. There's also many question marks, which I don't know how long this will fucking take. It's safe to say that I had enough of reading for tonight, and my time really is, yeah. I need to clear threadless excavation one time. Of course I need to. Threadless excavation. Well, let's go then. 12 nodes. Oh, that's okay. This one's ideal. Gamer Soul, how's it hanging? Wait, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. You need to do this the main way. I have come to realize that unfortunately my mouse has a problem with the clicks. Oh shit! That's right! I forgot to use support with Licky Sang! You know what? Fuck it, we both. Balls check. Yeah, that's right. I really need to actually check the... I really need to check the balls. It's the belt, you morons. It's the belt. It's not the... Whatever. It's the belt. How can you say that it's the balls? These are some moves. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball, yeah.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Get him with this. Nice. Hey, for level 1, he does really good damage. For level 1, he does exceptionally good damage. God damn! Who do you plan to get for the anniversary ticket, Collider? I don't know. I'll see. I'll think about it. Once I have it, that is. I deal damage. Yeah. Level 1, baby. Level 1. Level 1, and this year's Sang actually kicks ass like it's nothing. Victory. But there is also one more problem.
당연한 결과죠.
Said problem is the fact that I still need to kill, well, 10 enemies. So we'll have to do one of these grinds. This time we're gonna use the Yisang, which is actually, you know, level 60. Yeah. Wait a minute. This is the... No, this is the Heisha pack. Where's the other pack? Did you guys change the packs? What the fuck? Wait. No, not the kit. Wait a minute. It is the Heisha one? Okay. Most broken ID since release except for Malfaust. I saw someone use level 1 index Yisang for Canto 8 boss. Goddamn.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
I'm in class, so I can't listen to you. But what is this team building? It's an experiment.
얼마 안 걸릴 거야.
회풍.
Wait. We do need this and this.
불길 속으로.
In order for them to activate the clock.
회풍.
I'm in math and I don't know whether to watch him play or actually do my work. Man, do your work. The vote will be there later. That's okay. I know I'm more. I know I am more interesting than math, but man, please.
최대전. 벌써 버벅이나?
회풍. 탑봉참.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
정당한 공무집행이다.
회풍.
This guy's already dead. Just doesn't know it. Oh my god, he did 0 damage. Man, them moves from Moody's are amazing. God damn. God.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
지불할 능력도 의사도 없다.
회풍.
가속 벌써 버벅이나?
사정없이 몰아칠 텐.
최대전. 벌써 버벅이나? 집행한다.
Wow. Nice cane. How much damage was that? I think it was like 400 or something. Stacked, obviously.
회풍.
완전히 멈춘. 체납한 시간이 더
찾지 못할.
And with that, the stream has come to a conclusion.
승자는 시간을 관리하며 살고 패자는 시간에 질질 끌려가며 사는 법. 오늘 출근길 조간신문에 있던 문구다. 참으로 시의적절하지 않나?
Yeah. True. Anyway.
네.
Time for me to collect all the weeklies I did literally within the first day. More boxes for me. Nice. How many boxes do I have? Man, that is at least 2 more identities, excluding the one which I have already saved for the ego of Blue Bullet Utis. Yes. Damn, you're ready for Wapipi. I cannot wait for Wapipi. I really need a Wapipi now, actually. Almost 3 whole 000 IDs. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all so much for what yellow books are very nice mechanic. Indeed they are. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate everyone dropping by. We'll continue Leviathan at some point. It's not gonna be next time though. I need a little bit of time to unwind a bit. Highly likely we'll continue Limbus Company though with the intervallo tomorrow, okay? I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much for dropping by. Stay safe. Get some good rest yourselves, okay? And, well, bye-bye, okay? See ya! By the way, for everyone still listening, because I forgot this important thing about tomorrow. I have the night shift tomorrow, which means that the stream will actually be even earlier than today. Yeah, I should have said that first, now that I think about it. Fuck. Well, tomorrow's stream is gonna start 3 hours earlier than tonight's stream. Not 3 hours, 2 hours, excuse me. 2 hours earlier than tonight's stream. Yeah, because later in the night I have to go to work. Well, they will figure it out, those who didn't listen to this last part tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye, see ya.